Greetings, shalom. I put some scriptures in the description, but this is just a question, a calling out, questioning, to always seeking truth and searching and testing all things and seeking the Creator's will on understanding that we need given from Him of His Word. And these questions questions often bring out when it's done right, and when it's done at the right time also, because it could be good, but if you don't do it at the right time, it's actually sin. And what came also to mind, I put in here, there's the Hebrew word or letter, that's called sin. But how do we know whether that Hebrew letter is sin or shin? The name that someone can look up, and the S sound, but the difference between sin and shin, which is a different sound, sa and sha, is only one little dot that goes from the right for shin, and when it goes to the left, it's named sin. But the S sound, no. And that's such a fine, small detail. It just lines up with what the Father's given to see that it's the small things that are incredibly big also. Messiah teaches this, and if we can't ever do the small things and never do them, you can't do anything above that. In all things, his truth, we can't do anything above that. It requires literally building up. The picture fits, building up. The cornerstone is either is accepted, and it's their salvation, Messiah in us, the Father in us, or it's a rock of offense, like I put one of the verses in the description that is saying and teaching that. It's like it becomes one or the other. There's no middle ground where, like, some person's like laughing because he tricked the Creator or people, and he's right in between a rock and a hard place, right in between two rocks. He somehow went outside of this only truth. I didn't get crushed, I didn't get offended, and he's not my salvation. It's neither one of those. Gotcha. And then he takes pride in what he creates in the middle, lukewarm, creating his own way, creating his own things in his mind and heart. Working like that is a lot of sin and confusion in it. The Father makes sin foolish because man just gets corrupt and foolish for sin as a perfect judgment. And it gets harder and harder and worse in the heart. Is it harder and harder or harder and harder? What was the meaning right there? How would someone know for sure without the Father giving us the understanding on any given thing? Or what about both? As so often the answer is the answer on things, on teachings. So often it's both and not one thing or the other. It gets harder and harder, meaning it's more difficult, this death to be in without him, that someone would be in unbelief. It gets harder, but the heart is getting harder and harder inside, like a rock. Both are true. To say one is not true and the other is true, either way, vice versa, becomes a lie, because you can't separate that. If someone's getting harder in the heart, for real in the heart, it's becoming harder for them also. It's not getting better. It's not getting softer. It's going in the same direction. And if someone is truly getting harder, more stiff, more unchangeable, harder in the heart, that means that it's getting harder the way. And if the way is harder inside in a negative, evil way and sense, then the other is true, that their heart is getting harder. Or another example is, must worship the Father in spirit and in truth, Messiah says. So with spirit, If someone doesn't have it, if they're void of truth within themselves, they don't have the Father's Spirit. And if that's what the works prove, this void, constant, no truth but lies and corruption, they don't have the Father's Spirit yet. And the other one's connected, can't be disconnected. Now, if they don't have his Spirit for real, they don't have truth either. And if they don't have truth in them, they don't have his Spirit. To break it is to create a lying teaching, to create a lying doctrine, as it's said so often. Teaching, the Father has to teach us, Messiah teach us in the heart his commandments, writing in the heart, which looks like something spiritually, versus writing it on stone carnally. Circumcise the heart is in the law. No one can play games with the Father's word. It's always been there. So if they try to disconnect with certain teachings, whatever someone's teaching is separating and destroying, doing away with things where it's implying that circumcision of the heart and what it means was always in his word, where the doctrine is implying and requiring that to be broken and missing or a lie, then that teaching's a lie. It's already building off of another lie. Who knows where the beginning is? In full-blown darkness, where is the beginning of every lie that someone's in? And it just keeps going back until the beginning, Adam and Eve. It doesn't ever get seen first until we go back through all the way back, all people, all sin. Finally, it goes back to the starting point. And besides that, it never goes back to some kind of truthful foundation. It just keeps moving to Adam and Eve. Meaning to try to find out all the lies and carnal wickedness in this world with the heart doing something wrong. Not that we don't learn or ever ask or do things to be aware of and know what lies are out there, but it's the heart digging for lies, like continually doing that, digging in the bottomless pit with its intention, which will keep us in darkness if we do that work continually. It's the bottomless pit in Revelation. It is a bottomless pit where people are, digging, and then they say they have the truth, even if there's something true to what they say. Nevertheless, if they're digging in the bottomless pit, they're in it themselves. How wise is the Creator? How did he do all this? All his teachings are something like that, meaning amazing and unbreakable, where it's so perfect that one tiny detail away from what's perfect becomes very bad and a lie, or it's very good and true. It's that quick, it turns around. All you have to do to go east instead of west is literally turn around and go the opposite direction in 1 second. You could do that. Spin, move, 1 second. Let's say it takes 2 seconds, because someone out in the world might say, no, most people can't do that in 1 second, so therefore what you're saying is a lie and stupid. And then it throws down the whole entire meaning and truth of turning around and going in the other direction. It throws down something so huge with meaning because of some carnal thing, like how many seconds it takes. We can't work like that. That's deceitful work. That's using his word deceitfully, even using it deceitfully, where the focus is on something that's not the actual meaning, so that someone can throw down the truth and meaning. We can't be doing that work with the heart, to be seen in the heart, which requires light to see what we're doing, because without light we can't see that there's a possible way to do evil in this moment. So when someone's blind in darkness and they don't have the Father's Spirit and light in them, then there is no concern in their actual heart for doing evil. It's not saying, oh, I see this, I better watch out. There's nothing to watch in someone's heart. Zero. concerning the true way, concerning the spiritual things in his word, and becoming living words concerning these things can't be in someone's mind and heart, because it doesn't see evil. There's nothing to be careful about or watch yet. Therefore, it just violently just does whatever seems right in its mind and heart at any given moment, which will always be darkness, because darkness is stumbling for not seeing, lack of sight. And people will end up with right doctrine in the darkness. This happens all the time. In everyone, almost, someone is saying some kind of truth out there. All liars, even too, with words, where we would say, okay, we say this is true. What you say is true. But, what someone's doing is a whole nother thing. What they're actually teaching is a whole other thing. What the meaning is that's not in someone. In someone's mind, it has some kind of carnal meaning that's a lie. See, that's where it is. That's where the sin and corruption is inside. Why someone does what they do, what they say of it. Like Messiah says, what do you say of it? What's your reading of it to the Pharisees? What's your reading of the scripture? What do you say it means? He's finding out. He's asking them at the right time, for whatever reason at the time, to ask, to bring out things. A lot of times questions have to be asked. So bring out your meaning. We need to know first. Messiah needs to know first, what on earth do you say something means, before building off of it and keep going, keep on speaking, keep on going back and forth. It needs to be established what on earth someone says, what they say that means. Then when the meaning is found out, now we can actually speak about something real. Because if that's a corrupt thing and corrupt lie and meaning, it's already over. There's nothing else to talk about that the other one would like to, for whatever reasons inside it has. It's already broken right from the start. Either the foundation is good or it's bad. Good tree or bad tree, good fish, bad fish. I did have this thought, though, just a few days ago with the fish and fishing. As the disciples, some of them we read were fishing and then Messiah says, I'll teach you to be fishers of men. One thing true about fishing that struck and saw spiritually something about it is that you have to have obviously you wait, have a lot of patience for catching. This thing is kind of known with, I used to fish a lot, a ton, and then it just sort of, things happen, things change, and just faded away for the most part. But for a few short years, while it was still good for steelhead in the rivers here in Oregon, and whatever it's been the last few years, it's like a radical change. It's something I can say I experience and see the difference. It's night and day to how it was in 2001, 2002, 2003, even up to 2006 and a little after, already starting to change, where it's like nothing. 10,000 new fish for one river system, and now the reports are saying 50, 100 new fish instead of 10,000 that I know existed, that they were counting currently at the time, and they tell you this is about how many they count, at the hatchery or whatever by the dam. So, what is all that? It's like a whole nother thing, I guess, but there's some problems, obviously. The literal creation, what mankind has done, it's creating problems, but, the strong survive, and we have to coexist with fish, like one of the presidents said, Mr. Bush, that man and fish can coexist is his hope, I guess. What on earth is that? What does that mean? I mean, I know it was a thing and maybe still is sometimes for people to just see the quotes, because some of them are flat out hilarious because they're dumb. But if someone can find it in their heart, that's what we need to find from above, not to do evil towards them, towards anyone. It's just an accepting that people are in strong darkness and deception and delusion, and knowing why, and not make fun of them with the heart, like in a wicked way, go out of our way to trash someone. But it takes patience, and it, what was it I going to say, the connection with fishers of men. Well, it's, often nothing is happening, no bites, but there's bait, to lure them in. Doesn't that sound a little deceitful if we connect it to his truth, to doing the Father's works? Isn't that going to be popping up into someone's mind that setting bait is deceitful? This is where we learn the real things, the difference and separation from the old ways, the carnal ways, that what the natural man always had in his heart is wrong and it needs to die. There is a good way to deceive people. Messiah did it himself. There is a good way, and he teaches his people how to do it. Because when everything is good for good intentions of the heart, for someone's actual good, and that's it, it's for someone's actual good in someone's heart. Let's say that's happening with somebody. Picture it. And self even, or anybody, just picturing the thing that this exists and is happening, and putting aside what people will claim and say, yeah, right, liar, blah, blah. Let's just say it's true. What evil is it to only give truth for the hopes of someone believing so they can have life, even if bait was used? Where is the evil in getting action? Because there's no lies. We're speaking of truth, not lies. So we're assuming now in this example, how it's done and everything back and forth is truth, where there's no actual lie in it. If there's no lie in it, where's the sin? If there's no lies in somebody's works, in the example, and someone believes it does good for them, not because we did it ourselves from our own power, but nevertheless through the true way, Father works through his people and peoples, even the enemies, he's working through them for a different kind of way, but it's still accomplishing and working through people, like Pharaoh. Pharaoh gives glory to the Father, but that sounds contradicting instantly, doesn't it? Because I'm saying it out of an understanding of what it produces and causes for the Father's purpose. Now you can say that, but it needs to be rightly divided from a believer seeking the Creator's glory, because Pharaoh didn't do that with his heart. He was an unbeliever for a teaching, part of Egypt, part of being a corrupt king in pride. He didn't do that from his heart according to the true way to do that we can read much about. In Psalm, for example, we can read much about. But through a different understanding, something working together for the Father's purpose. The creation is like, it's doing that unknowingly in its own way, giving glory to the Creator. It's because there's no such thing as anything else except truth. That's it. It's the only real things. The Father is truth and his truth. The only thing anyone can do, that the enemy can do, is take it and just mix it and invert it and reverse it. But no matter how much you do that, it's still connected to the truth it's still connected in some way, even though it's a lie, a lie. It's connected to truth in that it's taking what it is and reverses it or mixes it or twists it. It forever will be connected in some kind of real way, not seeing it's good, but through a different, just like with Pharaoh giving glory to, so the Father can have esteem. But Pharaoh's not doing the good thing in his heart. but through a different understanding. So it is with this then, which I'm just lost my thought right now on what that was. It's not through righteousness or belief, as if Pharaoh was like a believer or something. He wasn't, and he chased them to his own destruction, hardened. Nevertheless, the creation is giving its due in some, not the true way that we need to, but through that connection with truth, in that it's connected because it takes it. It doesn't take anything else. What else exists? In this way, truth only exists. Even while there's lies everywhere. Even someone and everyone knows that there's lies everywhere and darkness, evil everywhere. Even while knowing that, still saying it can only take what's true, what exists and is real, because the lies are not real. The only truth is truth, the reality, the Father's and his things. So then any actual lie isn't real. It's not spiritually real. It doesn't stand. It never did. It never will. And it's going to utterly fail at the end. In this way, it will be utterly not standing. There's an understanding that it's not standing. It wasn't standing, but it also will still fall in the future. These are all one. They agree. They're all happening at the same time, or will happen while it's happening. Someone's not standing in unbelief. They're in spiritual destruction and darkness in unbelief. In this way, they don't stand according to his word. We read who can stand in Revelation. It's not the only place that we get a teaching from like that. It's not the only place, just one verse or two in Revelation that teaches this. It just needs to be seen and known, because that's how his word can't be broken. If someone destroys, let's say that, and creates a lie on it, they created a lie that's connected to wherever else his word is actually teaching that, of which it absolutely is, with other witnesses everywhere. Then it says all of that in his word, and every place let's say it's in there 100 times. Now that one thing destroys the other 99, and everywhere else 100 teachings that are all true and being taught. And in those 100 places, it's in one place there's connections, but now 100, it becomes like a web. It's those 100 will be connected to other things everywhere, and before you know it, it's destroying everything. Not believing in the true Messiah destroys everything. Having the rock of offense crush us destroys everything. Loving money in the heart destroys everything, because for those that love money continually in the heart, and what that means, they don't have the Father. It's Messiah's teaching. They can't stand it. It's not possible to do that work continually and also know the Father and actually have the Father in us, and Messiah in us, his spirit, set apart spirit. It's not possible spiritually. This will create an image in someone's mind, and it will be balls, chains, and yokes. And then it's going to be dumped on the truth, as if that's why we said what we said, because now perfection came into their mind, or what they think of perfection. Whatever someone thinks, it thinks now this was said because it's required to literally be perfect. And then someone's going to ask, without saying any of all that, they say, what are you, God? What are you, perfect? There was a reason why they said they were perfect. Are you perfect, out of the blue? And it's just explained right before that. Let's say the person often never doesn't say all those things, but now the first thing someone says is, are you perfect? And if you say no, not perfected yet, not literally perfect according, always being perfected, needing to be. If you say no, they set you up for a fail. Then that truth goes down, they say, and you go down as being a lying, wicked person. teaching lies, and that truth goes down with the person in their mind. But why did someone ask, are you perfect? What does that have to do with what's being spoken in the present time? Why can't it even answer truthfully whether it hates something or not? Why can't it at least say it hates it, or it doesn't understand, or doesn't believe it? Why does it ask this question to go around the truth sleight of hand? So now it's about someone just destroying the truth and destroying you. The only way a carnal man knows how to destroy another person is attack our image, people's images, which is what people think they see who we are. You attack the image now. It's a sleight of hand. We were talking about this with one hand, but now the left hand is waving, or the right hand's waving to create the distraction. This waving is, are you perfect? Waving, 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 are you perfect? So that the other hand isn't seen in people's minds. Only whatever the magician wants someone to see, that's their work. This work is being done in the heart all the time, in darkness and unbelief, all the time. It wants someone to believe something, and that's already a corrupt, evil work. It's already a sign of sin, of much sin connected to that. To do that work on purpose, with purpose, for sleight of hand, wanting the crowd. It's such a perfect picture with magicians, because this is the picture. It's wanting the crowd to believe something that isn't real. It's just a trick. And people want to believe it's real. You know, how often is it even said literally about this? The deception's so strong, people like literally believe and want to believe that it's not even a trick. But how much more true spiritually concerning the truth, his way, that they would like that on the Father's way and truth and things. It wants to believe a lie. Now, it would be wise to pray not to want to believe a lie to the Father, but only whatever is true. But why would someone that wants to believe the magician's trick ever pray for not wanting to believe a lie in the heart, but only what is true? Why would they pray that? There's nothing wrong in the first place. It doesn't even cross someone's mind they're in deception and delusion. And if they're wanting the lie to be true and just accepting it, how does someone ever ask with their heart? As Messiah says, ask, and even teaching persistence, which sounds like it's contradicting. Don't repeat over and over in your prayer like the Gentiles do with their gods. Literally reading that. They got gods, because the definition of Elohim's is not reduced to a literal golden calf. The gods are in the heart. What it actually always meant is the highest thing, and that's how the nations have many. Because if we don't have the Creator, no man keeps, you shall have no other Elohim except him. That includes Messiah, doesn't it? As the Creator, we would have to have the understanding that when we're reading no other Elohim besides him, there needs to be understandings elsewhere within us, because that can be corrupted and butchered real quick. The true worship towards the Creator, Messiah says, this is what the true worshipers will do. This is what they must do. They must do this in spirit and in truth. Worship the Father in spirit and in truth. The time is coming, and now is. It was already beginning. So then it's always coming, but it's always right now, because it was now way back then. It's not now. Double negative, whatever. It's not now. We also read not to have any idols and not to have any other Elohim. So then when we don't have the Creator as the only Creator in our heart through Messiah, believing in Messiah and the Creator, the true one, it's already going to have multiple gods, because you can't break that without not having multiple gods. It's worshiping different things, idols as gods. A man is not having any strength that if he has one other god, now he doesn't have more than one. No, it'll be worse than that. It'll be worse than that in the heart. People think that this makes no difference. We're not saying just words. That's what people will say, that you're just talking about nonsense that has nothing to do with reality. What does that affect this world? See, it already ran off on something it's not understanding at all. When that work is done, how could it be understanding? And yet it's not nothingness. That's not what's happening. Just talking about things in doctrine or something, and that's it. And saying the words and agreeing to the words. Talking about the reality of this living in the heart, the reality of the words is happening, and it makes all the difference. Because the Father must be worshipped in spirit and in truth. Every sin and commandment, every commandment and breaking, which is sin, in spirit can be broken in spirit, and this causes death. That's how important it is. It's literally everything instead of literally nothing. It goes from very bad to very good very quickly. One or the other, never in the middle. The most despised thing is the middle. Lukewarm in that sense, middle. Because if we're talking something else in scripture, middle might be good, so it needs to be seen. The meaning and where it's coming from, what it means, how to live it. Rightly divide. Dividing is not evil all by itself. Otherwise, we wouldn't read rightly dividing. And so it's always two things with everything. It's always good and evil everywhere. If someone takes and says and teaches division itself and is implying that that's bad, they just lied. They threw down all the truth, because now someone will never do the good dividing ever. Even if it looks like it's doing good things carnally, it's never doing good in the heart. That's how doctrine destroys people, false teachings, because it's blocking it from ever doing what it means in the heart. And the harlot sits on many waters. It's always moving. It's a trick. This is what came to my mind recently too. And they're amazing things to me. There's nothing the Father hasn't given that's not amazing to me. How could someone be thirsty with only water everywhere around them? And it's a trick. Someone will go, no, it's water. See, if we can see how that deception's working in the mind, like it tempts us to want to believe it, but then he gives us just enough power and sight to know something's not right, that it's not true, but it's trying to be true within us. It's trying to say, no, it's just water. It's fine. It can't be. No, it can't be that. No. It's like this is how it works with everything, anything. The battle between good and evil and truth and the lie, the struggle against the flesh. But there is no struggle in an unbeliever for these real things. It's freely freed from righteousness. That's why we're reading that. It's free from righteousness, which is actually a very bad thing, but it sort of has a good sound to it. Isn't being freed from something good most of the time? Or free from sin. Being freed from sin or free from righteousness. One or the other. With clarity. Father gives us clarity and becomes simple in our mind. Truth. The natural man doesn't like that naturally, because simple is like the simplest actual simple thing. If people weren't blind, they would understand it and see it. Now there's no way for someone to be special above others. They need it to be complicated so that it can look wise before men, so that it can trick people There's incentive to lie through the evil way, because in the heart, there's always incentive to do actual evil, and the world rewards it. But we're not talking about killing someone literally. Even that, we can see the heavy resistance towards doing whatever is right, and who knows how much corruption has ever happened literally with courts. But that's not what it's about right now. It's not the heavenly thing. When we actually do what's good, there is literally no way to be commended by men or gain worldly gain or money or any of this with his truth and word. There's no way. If someone's doing it, the opposite is happening in their life. Hated, attacked more and more. There's no incentive carnally to do the Father's will. That's how perfect his way is. He gives us enough sight to see that our intention's right about something, to see that we're not doing it for any corrupt intention. And all the works, people attacking, hating, prove it to his people, proves it to them, but it doesn't prove it to those that are attacking. Just speaking about the way over the years, applying to anything and everything, not just one thing now. That's how it's going to be. Messiah didn't get worldly praise. He got worldly hurt for doing the Father's will. That is the only way. He knows what grief is, acquainted with it quite well. But they trick people into thinking it's about carnally laughing and smiling and being rich in this world carnally. It draws people in because that's the easy gate that all the fish easily go through because it's the least resistance. And the world does use these phrases, but it's not using it for truth with understanding to real things. But the narrow way, it's, people are trying to stuff themselves through the evil way, trying to get in some other way. And Messiah says, do whatever you can that we know of now. It's what he's saying. We pray and ask the Father about these things, but this is what we have to do, what he says, because many will try and only few enter. And we enter now in this life through belief. The teachings for that is there. We have them. No one can think of anything, including me, that's not been taken care of in his word. That's ready for someone to understand it. It's just sitting there already. That every finest detail about any life or question, it's already there. He's proven it too many times that even whatever I don't see or don't know something, I do believe it's there, and we just need to see what it means and how to understand and do it. We can believe that without having it all. That's a crooked thing to try to do away with truth, is to imply that we're supposed to be perfected literally and have everything in one day so that it can throw it down. Watching out for those works, watching out why and what people are actually doing, and self needing light to see what we're doing so you can walk without tripping in the night. That scripture's not worthless. It's incredibly valuable. It always is applying all the time. But when we're carnal, full blown in death first, the carnal things are the real things to us. But we're literally believing a lie and a delusion. It's that bad. When we read to believe a lie, how could the Father show us something so simple? Because it would sound foolish to say he's shown us what that means to believe a lie. Well, duh, of course, believe a lie. Well, take some great revelation to believe that verse, huh? To believe a lie. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Yes, there's the carnal understanding of believing a lie. Now, it's a whole different thing spiritually to do what this actually means and know what it is. It means for real in someone's heart. They're holding a flashlight and they believe it's a pencil. This is what it means. Now all of a sudden they don't like that scripture, do they? If that's what it means, now it's being rejected by most. They never believed it had anything to do with that, and those that don't know him. Their works prove it. Because what they had in their mind for just believing a lie, it's just a weird cover. There's no depth, there's no understanding of it until it's given. It's just carnally thinking of something, but so often I know what this is because I can see what I've done in the past. It just goes in one ear and right out the other. It's not even able to see it at all, zero. You can read his word and it's blind until he shows us and it becomes alive. What was going on when we read it earlier some time back, something, anything, and literally didn't see anything, zero. Even though it can be talked about, even specifically quoted, still didn't see anything, nothing. What changed? Did his word change? Did we physically change? It would be like a radical change. Did it physically change? It's not that. Fingernail grew a little longer. Now we can have sight. It's not that. And I've seen this thing and it's stunning. There's nothing else to do except acknowledge that his word is truth when we see these things. We were blind, just like the scripture says, but it doesn't seem that there's very many that actually know what that means and actually believes it for themselves specifically. Every believer has to know that they're blind, that they were blind and are blind, that the old man is blind. Now he's giving us sight, but we were blind utterly to his truth, all of it. And you can dress up and look good and act good, just that simple, that easy, and be doing evil, sin all the time, continually. That's what our reality actually is. This is what's happening. It's too easy to do. Lies are easy. Wide gate is easy. Anyone can do it. That means like anyone. That's the easy thing. That's who and what mankind is. It's the natural good thing, evil. To do good now, it's everything in the world is fighting against it. To do actual good in reality about any given thing the Father is giving someone to see and do, though it'll be met with severe resistance, especially in the beginning of something, especially in the beginning of overcoming something. You bet the whole world will come down on someone for wanting to do what's right now all of a sudden, for wanting to put away whatever the evil is. Now the resistance is seen. Now more of his truth can be seen, that man doesn't have this rebellious free will. He's always been doing that because he was literally a slave to it. He didn't choose to continue to do that. He can't not do it, whatever the sin is in the heart, and even literally. That's what happens. That's what the hardening, the judgment. Now, it can only be seen when he's giving us light to start seeing what good is on any given thing and wanting to do it. Now it can be starting to see what darkness is and what slavery to sin is and what all these other things are. Now it can start to fear of the Creator is only the beginning of knowledge, wisdom from him. It's just the beginning. Without fear, there is no beginning. Without the proper good fear and reverence and fear inside, now there can't be any wisdom. Just that one thing that's broken breaks everything. Nope, that's not a believer. That has no fear in them at all, according to what that fear is. But it starts out small with everything. The more someone grows, the more fearful they are. Does that sound good? Does that sound right in this world? Sounds like they're getting more cowardly when the opposite is happening. You have to look like a coward to other people in order to have strength. Do. But if someone has a little bit of fear, they only look a little bit like whatever the world's saying, coward or something, fearful in an evil way. But if that grows a little bit, they still have this fear for the Father, but now it's more and more is seen. Now the world's going against it more because it's a brighter light. And now if it grows way bigger and after a few years, now it's seeing that it had no clue what fear was earlier, even though it had some, but that wasn't the truth because it's growing, it's bigger now. That was only a little stepping stone. Now the world's going to have to reject light even more until that prophecy is fulfilled, that you're hated by all for my name's sake. What does this mean? It means what it means, amazingly. So often that is the case too. But it doesn't mean what it means in that what people think it means. The revelation of it needs to be given. That's what it means. Whatever it really means, that's what it means. In reality, people will hate light. They'll hate the truth. They'll hate you. They won't love you. It doesn't mean they're going to cut your head off. I don't know of any scripture that says, if this, what happens every single time, carnally. Could, but that's not the heavenly meaning. It's not the meaning for it, the highest meaning, spiritual meaning. Not able to love someone is hate. That's murder too. It can, in fact, I see that it happens the most through passive aggressive or passively, because you have to do a good image all the time. What someone wants to do to someone, they can't truly do because of the image. What will they look like? What if I get caught? And now this evil fear, a little bit of punishment from the system even that the Father uses to punish the carnal, bad guys, so-called. I mean, even though that is all sin, but trying to bring out that people that are self-righteous aren't good. Contrast to someone in prison and now they're good. That's not right. That's a device of the enemy. It's confusion and a lie. Being in a prison is being a slave to our own sin. It doesn't ever stop. Causes death. I'm a slave to being in death, which is loving death. It's not saying the words. People will be careful not to say they love death, but the works prove that mankind loves death, because he doesn't do any works that produce any good or life. Man without the Father does evil works, which produces death, and they're going out of their way to do these works. They love death. It's not how they understand it. It'll never be through the understanding of a blind someone in darkness. Never going to be through that. Never going to accept it, ever. As long as they're in darkness, the truth can't be seen and heard. There's no proof for us. That's why his way is perfect. To do what's right, there's literally no carnal gain and proof. People can say whatever they want, and it stands to the many. Whatever they claim someone is, it stands in the many. They'll believe the image of the beast over truth every time. So working to try to literally prove something continually like that is sin. When it's seen, we need to see it, but it's an evil, sinful work because of what it requires to happen right alongside it. To desperately try to get someone to believe what you're saying and try to prove something carnally desperately. These other evil works are happening for that to be true. And not the good thing is not a good thing's not happening when that's happening. His way is perfect. If anyone's doing any other thing besides for someone's actual good, they're doing sin. Doesn't matter what they claim, they're doing evil. And they're being judged for it, and they're blind. They're literally blind. Spiritually, literally blind. That's how big of a deal it is. It's huge. It's everything. What the carnal man says is nothing is everything. And what he says is everything is nothing. That's why we read, how long will you love worthlessness? Father's asking. You stiff-necked people, never keep the Sabbath. Stop doing it. What does the Sabbath mean? Resting from our own works. Resting from creating, being God in the mind and creating our own truth. And working our own self-righteous works in the mind and heart. We rest from that. That lines up spiritually perfectly with the old man dying and not being counted for righteous. But the blood covering that, and through death, the old man is separated and he's dying and he's reckoned as dead and he's covered now by the Father's righteousness and forgiveness. This is connected only to other truths of actually doing actual good, doing what he tells us to do. It's connected to that and not let's sin so what grace can increase. That's why we read that, because that's the only thing someone that's blind can say and believe in their heart when truth hits them. It doesn't make any sense. Why not just sin all we want? Make that grace increase then. That's not how it works. It's how someone thinks it works that's attacking that truth, which is a delusion to believe what someone thinks something is and it's literally not. Mess with it a little, it's broken and it's a lie, instantly very bad and demon doctrines of demons. Or it's the truth and very good. That's how perfect his teachings are. And his way is perfect in reality, in day-to-day life. It's perfect when we do his will. Doing these good things, his way is perfect. And I guess that finally got reminded now to say something about no command to build temples, to specifically do that and worship the Creator in the temple we build. Not one command to do that literal thing. You know, if someone out in the world would like to say there is, I'd surely want to look at it. What on earth do they think that their proof means if they were to do that? Because I know it's not in there. Why isn't it not in there? You know, what is this? What on earth is going on in this world? What is it supposed to be like to be in Messiah and follow him and not follow ourselves or anybody else? Not spiritually following other people, but always following him. Then another believer needs to do the same. Then he can bring people together in one. They'll be literally like-minded in the real things and real ways that was never there before. It requires both of the people, or 3 or 4 or 1,000, to do the Father's will, to be one in the body. If one of them's not, they're not one. It won't work. If the other's not and the other is, it's not going to work. It will not be one. That has a reality effect. It's called division and scattering. But every time light is next to darkness, it must be separated. Where in darkness, it can look like people are like-minded for a time. It's not the real thing. That's why it looks like that. And even then, it's just a matter of time before virtually everything gets scattered in some way, shape, or form and doesn't hold together. And then the divisions attack each other. The body of Messiah kills the body of Messiah. Isn't that why the apostles sang? Is Messiah divided? Is that what you guys are actually saying? Your works prove it. He knows that they weren't going around literally saying that everywhere. That's not the point. The works is that work, calling it divided. That's what actually matters. The thing that the carnal man doesn't think that matters at all matters the most. It makes all the difference. It's already a pressure in the world to throw down the truth. It's already doing that. It's got doctrine, systems, ways, and beliefs in this world to do away with truth. It's already working in its heart like that. It's not good. Causing division, different languages. Can't hear one another, so they divide. They can't hear with their heart, offended at what someone else has, so they separate because only self is right and the other is only right. They can't hear each other, so they separate. Chinese goes to Chinese and Hebrew goes to Hebrew. I guess I shouldn't even include Hebrew because of what it represents, but only the pagan languages and what it means spiritually to be separated and finding our own language. This is what's happening. It's incredible. There's an actual understanding of what this is that's being done. And it's not seen with the physical eyes as the understanding. Although we can be looking at something that's connected to what is happening spiritually, but that's not it by itself, cut off. The physical thing. It's not it. It's not the truth, not the heavenly thing that it points to. But then this world can't hear Messiah's words, so they'll be separated from the believers. And a true believer, anybody that's not with the Messiah, is against him. So that means everyone, no matter what division, all the other divisions exist, they'll all be against Messiah and his people spiritually. Because it can't be one. Can't be one with doing the Father's will through truth. Can't be one. It's magnets opposing each other. It can never be one and attract. It's either one or the other with the magnets too. It's interesting that there's not three things. It's either attracting or going away from each other, dividing. To try to make it one is to force sin. It's just gonna blow it up within someone and even on it, this whole world, forcing to become one in all evil and divisions and just make all the divisions one someday, always working on it, is going to be the biggest explosion, because that is the grand sin, is saying that all sin, which is heavy, is good and one and will bring it together. For the reason that it's divided is because of sin. It's all divided for a reason, because the Father's judgment is a punishment, division for sin. To make it all one is to do the biggest abomination and all evil, all things, claiming is good and perfect in the strongest way possible. All sin is sin, but some other things are greater. So this brings out it's a greater sin to do this. It's massive. It's like a log that grows, from the hypocrisy. How do you, when you see two spiritual things, how do you show that one is bigger than the other? You can't do it carnally. Can't be done. There's no way. I've never seen. Can't see how it can be done. It can't be done. To say one spiritual wicked sin and then line it up with another. Where is the proof? Throwing a book at someone, putting some marbles together. How do you show that? When it's something that's happening within anyways. How do you show it outwardly? You can try to create a picture, but how do you show greater or lesser between the pictures? Let's say you can create a picture physically of spiritual sins, two sins, and now you got two pictures that are identical, or you got two pictures of each sin. But now what do you do to show it's greater or lesser than the other? Throw a can in the air, throw it down. How does someone know what that means? It becomes nothingness and nonsense pretty quick. But when the Father gives us an understanding of his word or parable, we can see it. When he gives it, we can see it. But it's not to be proven outwardly by itself. So then someone else that doesn't see it doesn't see. They just can't see then. There's nothing we can do about it. They won't believe us. We did whatever we could. Now it's time to separate. Did everything we could. They won't believe that. Because doing what's right, the only thing man knows is raping him, forcing him, trying to force him to believe something, force him to believe what we believe. Get on him, get all anxious and show him how much knowledge and truth someone has and that they don't have any. Teach, force yourself to teach someone. This work is done all the time. And if we don't do those works, it's foreign. What is this? Some unbeliever can say it. Everyone's been saying the same thing over and over, that they don't care what someone thinks of them, that they're good and this and that. And now they saw the real works of that for the first time. It's foreign. Everyone else was just talking. They never did what their own words mean, what it means. Using unbelievers as an example, we also fit this perfectly too in unbelief. If a believer did come our way in unbelief, we do exactly what I'm talking about to them, the evil thing to them. It's what would happen. We'll ask them, are you God? It's what would have happened. Are you thinking it's prideful? When Messiah is doing the only righteousness that there is, to do anything else is sin. He did what was right and perfect. Father's works in him, doing the works, not sinning. It's foreign to people. It's inside that they see something's weird, something's not right. There's something not right with good. There's something strange and wicked about light. So then it attacks what scares it and bothers and exposes it, and thus destroy it now. And if people start believing everywhere in Messiah, this world's turning upside down. Everyone's going to believe in him. We read that. It's incredible. Because the biggest problem that there is actually believing in the true Messiah, which is connected with doing the Father's works and never disconnected. It can never be, I believe in Jesus Christ, and then that's it. Just the words. It's just saying some words, and not even the right words, technically, literally. But that's the point, Messiah. Now it's going to be tested. Now it's going to be proven. It must be. Father tests and proves all things. Teaching us to test and prove all things because he's already done and doing that first. He does that. He's not a hypocrite. There's nothing that he commands that we learn that he's not already himself first. Nothing. Now that's a lot of big claims because anything could be mentioned, any commandment, any word, and all of it. And then it applies equally the same for all of it. The Father doesn't commit wicked adultery and then tells us not to. Lust after another person's wife or something, but then he does that work. No, he doesn't. The commandments is who he is. His word is him. What it means, which is to say his word is him, but not carnally understood. The word was Elohim. In the beginning, the word was with him, was him. He is his word. His word is him. Not the literal letters by themselves in the carnal thing. His word is him. By his word, everything was created, even the literal creation now, see? The beginning of the new creation in Messiah is recreating us within. It's the beginning of the new creation and belief in Messiah starting to take place. It's not finished until it's finished for any person, which is their end, which is their final trumpet. Messiah says, keep going between the 5th and 6th or 6th and 7th. This doesn't make any sense with what the world's teaching and saying. How come they never bring that up? Never. Well, to talk about some carnal doctrine, pre-trib rapture or something. And Messiah says, keep on going. What does that even mean? There is no pre-trib spiritually, nothing. You got to keep going. It's not going to just take us out. Oh, you got problems now. I'm taking you out of the world. Fix it. Nice, easy fix. It's the exact opposite. You have to go through it. Someone can go and read that. We read, and then a few words of Messiah. Like whoever hears, however we read, whoever sees, whoever has eyes to hear, it's like a little hint. It's like saying hi to his people, because only they will understand it and believe and do it. It's a parable to everyone else that's of the world, in and of the world. It's a parable in their heart, so they don't understand, not seeking the understanding to do his will. So we can even use his word like that in Revelation to just bring out and confound someone's literal teaching on pre-trib rapture, because the Father's word, he's able to do that. He's made it to be able to do that, even confounding the natural man. His word does, because there'll be a bunch of places that contradicts what they're saying, that totally is perfectly backwards and contradicting and exposing what someone's teaching that's a lie. Messiah says you have to endure to the end. You must endure to the end. Whoever does that will be saved. It's true. It's not implying any weird church doctrine or some wicked other things. Speaking right there with those words, where do people read anything else? When we read those words, we're only reading what those words mean that we just read and nothing else. Otherwise, we would read something else, and you can't read two things at once. You have to one at a time. Can't read Isaiah 5:5 at the exact same time as Matthew 5:5. Can't do that. You have to at least pause for a little bit and rightly divide it. It's not right to do that. It's trickery, it's sin. The point of that to bring out is that whatever we're reading, whatever it really means, and of course, the Father shows us connected to everything. But people will so often add to his word and say, are you saying it means this? What are you saying? What about this then? It's already going away from what was just read because it doesn't want to acknowledge it. It's this sleight of hand trick again. No, we're just reading those endure to the end will be saved. Now, no direct question on it. It's asking and doing different other things in unrest. How come this work happens so often with people in the church world? Why does this work happen so often? They just act like what we just read or what they just heard doesn't exist. Because that's the only way to fix the problem, is pretend it doesn't exist, and then the Father judges and makes them believe that for a judgment, because it's what they want. Better be careful with what we want. He will give it. He'll find the delusional proof to the lie. Someone in their own mind will find the so-called proof, not able to see between shin and sin. They'll think they have truth, and then it's a lie, and it's destroying them while they believe it's true. That's how it looks, so close to the same exact thing outwardly. It's a trick. And there's greater and lesser tricks. This exists. There's greater and lesser everything. A lesser trick is not good. It's still a massive sin. It's just when you contrast it to the same meaning and thing that's being spoken of, then it's lesser than something. It's by itself, what it is, it's massive. In fact, only through the small thing can we go bigger now. That's how big it is. It balances out with the big thing that's literally bigger. The small thing's bigger than the big thing, because these are the very fine details of huge spiritual works, sins, or righteous things being done in the heart. They're huge. And like that letter, the difference between two things, one dot, move to the left or right, pretty big deal. That dot. Without that dot, that letter is worthless. That's how one they are. It doesn't work what it needs to truly work without it. I'm just using it as an example. But then if you take away the letter and leave a dot, that's worthless too. What does that mean? Dot, just dot, here you go, dot. But both of them working together is the only true meaning and work. Faith and works working together. Because to actually have faith will produce good works that the Father's prepared for people to do before they were born. If it never does those works, it's evidence of no faith. And if it has faith, it will do works. And if it's doing works, the Father's good works, as Messiah did, this is utter proof for faith right there. That's why it's doing good works, because the faith is real. Evil, bad works, and bad tree fruit is evidence of no faith when that's what's discerned. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, they weren't producing good fruit. Judgment came on the national judgment, I guess you can say, but it was a big deal because it was the end of Jerusalem. Naturally, though, not the end of Jerusalem and the end of the Jerusalem, not the end in that spiritual Jerusalem. New Jerusalem is born, and the old faded away, but also Jerusalem went away, destroyed, and also not destroyed, but one going out and the new replacing the old that's destroyed, replacing all the sin and wickedness with something good. One is going away for real, while the truth is he's making us alive and keep doing the impossible and giving us the new things. They don't coexist. Adam is not redeemed by holding on to who and what he is. He has to die. It's destroyed. It needs to go away and die like that. And then he does the miracle that someone would say, how is this possible? How do you die and live at the same time? How do you die? How can you be dying and live still? Well, it's true naturally. Everyone's dying literally, and yet they live literally. This is massive. It's amazing. Creation is teaching this. His own creation literally is teaching spiritual things. But someone can be dying in Messiah. This is the only way to live now. Naturally, it's happening. It lines up with it. It's the right picture for what Messiah is teaching. That's how. But that's not how, carnally. But that's how, out of knowing what it means, something. You say, it's like living now literally while dying. It's like that. But that's not the meaning to say it's like that. Someone says it's like that out of seeing the spiritual, real meaning. If someone doesn't have that, then they just heard that it's like literally living and dying. It doesn't mean anything to them. They won't see it. Isn't that why Messiah teaches like this in the parables? This is what it's like. What should I liken it to? What can I do? Yes, Father, give me truth to rightfully do this, truthfully do this. Let me think. I don't know. What should I do? Seek the Creator. The kingdom of heaven is like this. It's like that. It's like this. These are about real things. It's everything. It's a huge deal. Carnal man sees nothing, though. That's the problem, part of it. He doesn't care. He doesn't see. It's nothing. It's foolish to him. No one can take it for granted that this world's teaching truth, because it's not, or that the true gospel is being taught in this world, because it's not, by the many. Breaks everything. That lie will destroy everything inside someone to believe a false gospel. Otherwise, why on earth are we reading? Let anyone that doesn't preach a different gospel than what we're preaching, let them be cut off. Let them be accursed. Anathema, or whatever that Greek word is. But let them be accursed. It's that big of a deal. What proof is that for someone in this world? None. No proof in their mind. They'll just say you're a liar, and it will look incredibly prideful. This is believers' fate. This is what we have to deal with all the time. Working for proof is working religion, which is already working lies, because there is no proof like that, how they think. In reality, it doesn't work and exist. To do the works as if it's there is doing some kind of sin, some kind of lie. It's a deep, deep destruction and hurt for who and what we are, destroying the pride and dying. It's real. And yet you see a person with some clothes, 2 eyes, 2 ears, like everyone else. And they won't believe it. There's no proof for them. Because the only sight is sight that's given from above on his word. And if it's not, there's no sight. How could it be so simple that just to ask? How could that be the biggest problem, is that someone can't even ask or repent, deny themselves? It's not complicated, the truth. It's not deceitful. It's not complicated once it's seen. Once he shows us something about some truth, it's not illogical, stupid, or complicated. It's simple. So simple, a fool cannot err. Why do we read that? Not because fools can't err. That's not why we read that. But where is the proof for what I just said? Well, it's all over his word, but even then, that's still no good to someone. Because we're just talking about 1 or 2 verses. Someone looks at it. I don't see it saying that. You're a liar. It means a fool cannot literally err. That's perfectly backwards from what it does mean. Perfectly. If it means a fool literally cannot err, why are they called a fool? And when 1 second a lie is seen for what it is, it's stupid and foolish, we better be getting the understanding, because whatever that simple thing for believing that it's teaching it literally, a fool cannot err, let's just say that's as an example, but applying to anything. They believe a lie because they can't see, because it's blind. And it's going to say the truth is stupid and blind, making things up. And it's hard. It's going to do that, just making things up. And yet, every single time they can be confounded with his word. Contradictions exposed, and they still won't believe that we're not just making things up. Still won't believe, even though it's confounded every single time. And they know it. Somewhere deep inside, someone knows that they don't want to believe. They run away, go away, and just wanting to believe the lie, and then it gets hardened, blinded, and now it's not thinking about it tomorrow at all. It's gone. Go and teach people. Go and preach in the church world after giving truth to them and being confounded, and then still teach the literal lie to them tomorrow. That's what happens. That's how hard it is, how hardened. The Creator didn't create evil. Why would he do such a thing, says man? That's wicked. No, it's the wicked person that says that's wicked. That's how he works. That's who he is. He's not understanding. Someone's saying that because they are what they're accusing the Father of themselves. But is that proof? Just by saying that they are what? No, it's not proof to them. Because if they did see, and they could see something and are being taught, believing what we read, that the Father did create light and darkness, good and evil, they would believe and start learning and knowing what that means for real. Proof that they're exactly what they accuse is pointing the finger at it and saying it's evil. It's only doing that because it is that. If it wasn't that, if it wasn't that, it would never do that. It's how it works with all teachings everywhere in his word. Man is doing this work deceitfully, constantly. That work is no proof for anything by itself. Because once someone has contradictions and hypocrisy, its own beliefs and teachings contradicting its own self elsewhere, it just canceled itself out. It's not truth, it's a lie. It can't be used for proof, for yes or no, without partiality. Now we can't do the same work and use it for yes, because that's good now, yes, but no was the lie. Now you can't do that work for yes either. Can't use that same proof for yes either when it's proven like that, contradictions, condemning itself. It can't be used at all. Shouldn't be used at all. When we say can't, it's out of understanding from above, spiritual, in heaven, authority, the Father's truth. It's not saying you can't do that literally, physically, carnally. That's all that man is doing. So it's for every word, someone stumbles for like every word. That's what we become. That's what it'll be in reality. But back to the fool cannot err. To see what it's not sometimes, it brings it out to see what it's not. So a literal fool can literally not err. Why is he a fool? Cannot. That means he doesn't ever, doesn't it? Cannot err. Or err, or whatever the word is, err. That's the point, though. Why is he called a fool if he's never in error? Shouldn't it be truth, good, righteous? But no, that's not the meaning. It's bringing out how simple truth is, and pure and simple. It's to bring out that spiritual meaning that a fool cannot err, to bring out that's what his truth is. It's that simple when it's understood, and it's not complicated and mixed up and confusing and lies. It's simple. It is the simplest possible thing. Nothing can be simpler than whatever that truth is. It is the simplest thing, literally. Once again, 100% or zero, all or nothing, really, really good or really, really bad. And a lie is really complicated, It's the complicated thing. It doesn't get any more complicated. But bringing out that a fool cannot err, pretty powerful thing, teaching on what his truth is, something about his truth, his word, who he is. How else would it be brought out anyways? Well, not to say there's not different ways and elsewhere in his word, but just to be aware is like, this is how it's brought out. How does someone know when the difference between these two things in his word without him showing us? It'll look like that every time. The fool cannot err, and someone just believes the literal thing there. That's what it says. That's the meaning right there, because it's only understanding one thing: darkness and confusion, lies, carnality, pride. How do they know the difference between sin and shin without the Father showing us, teaching us what it is, without Messiah being the true shepherd, teacher, leading us, showing us what the commandments mean, how to live them? They think we read for vain about Moses teaching the people the commandments. The Father saying, tell the people this. Teach them, tell them. What do they say Messiah is doing in heaven? Nothing. He's doing what Moses did, and yet he's not doing exactly what Moses did. Not that he's doing what that means now in heaven. In that way, he's doing what Moses did, but he's not doing what someone would say carnally that means at all. But he's teaching us to keep the commandments, starting with our heart, because that's what needs fixing. That is the highest thing, not the carnal thing, the lowest thing. Teaching us how not to murder and what it is, so that we won't end up murdering now. Telling someone don't murder or any commandment like that. They don't realize what yoke and bondage and evil they just did to that person. They just told them what murder is, and don't do this, and everything it means and is connected to, and always learning more about it. As long as we seek him, he keeps showing us more and more deeper things about any given thing. They just said to be literally perfect in heaven. They didn't realize what they even said. But it's just thinking carnally that do this now. It's your choice. It's up to you. If you don't, you're damned and you're wicked and you're going to burn forever. If you do what I say, and my command, you're righteous and you'll go to heaven. This is like how all evil works. They want to be their gods. The people just want it. It's fiery to do the Creator's will and have him as our creator and king. It's fiery and it causes our death. The old man needs to die. So that's how they save someone's soul, That's what they do. They save souls in religion. Someone should fall on their face, because when people say that, it's true and it's a lie at the same time. They're saving souls. Right. Now, what does that mean? The devil is speaking truth right in front of lies. It's twisted like this all the time. And it's shameful, and it should make someone turn pale-faced that they are saving souls, saving the old man, saving all of corruption and sin and death, and how to break all his commandments in the heart. That's what saving that, preserving the death, which is to die, which is to be in destruction, driven away from the Creator, not towards him. There's that saving, or there's the good saving that the Father gets us to do and does it in us to save. To destroy the old man is to start living. That's the saving, good saving. Destroying the soul, so whoever is destroying their soul, they shall live. They will be saving it alive. What is he speaking of? It's a massive problem because it's huge. What it means is huge, has everything to do with everything in the heart. Someone teaches a lie on that. How is it they understand it and live by it? It's a big deal to continually teach a lie on some carnal thing, some wicked thing now on this. They should have sought the Creator and waited for understanding. They don't follow. Anyone who believes will not act hastily. A prophecy that's always true, that was pointing towards Messiah. Anyone who believes in him will not act hastily. What does that mean? Well, that's huge. There's nothing that isn't huge by itself when it's seen. All truth, everything. The smallest stroke of the pen is huge still by itself. The real thing. Not one letter, not one little word, not one little stroke of the pen would fail until all is accomplished, fulfilled. Obviously, that's not understood either, is it, in this world? If you put a false definition of fulfilled, you just destroyed all truth that it's connected to, everything. You say it was fulfilled long time ago, and saying that's what this means when it doesn't mean what they're saying, but now you say that's what this means. This is fully fulfilled, everything, long, long ago. They don't know what on earth they do, what that implies, and how many lies they just taught, and how many people they keep just destroyed. Destroy everything, all truth. It'd be better to disappear right this minute if that was true. That's how vain it would be to do anything. Of course, that doesn't mean that to them. They don't see how that's true that does this work. That's how you destroy someone, because that's the reality then. You should just die and disappear. What do you think that's going to do to someone inside of them with a lie that big? What do they think that's going to do to someone? It's going to save their soul, all right. The old man. It's going to destroy them, all right. Spiritual destruction within. It's going to break them, all right. Not the good breaking and dashing to pieces. It's going to break them in Gehenna fire. Because in reality, putting the lie onto whatever that truth means on any given thing is a spiritual reality. It does the reality in someone. That's how it breaks and destroys someone. It works this work like that in someone. It just already does that. Purge out the leaven, unleavened bread. And the leaven and what it means must come out. It's no good. It's working destruction. Messiah said, beware. Why would he say beware if it's not doing what we're saying right now? If there's no reality to what this means in reality in someone, why on earth is Messiah saying beware? Watch out of the leaven of the Pharisees and Sadducees, and they were about to give him literal bread, but then he just says it again. And then they say, not about like getting some bread, this is not the meaning, but beware of their teachings, their doctrine, lest someone believes it and falls and is being destroyed now because of it, because that's what it will do. That's what it's there to do by the enemy. That's what the attack is. Clever devices is. It seems one of the hard things to face is just nobody around you cares. Well, that's why they're in death. You know, it does matter. If someone says it doesn't matter and they don't care, now they just escaped all truth. How are they going to ever come out of this death if what matters for real is believe that it doesn't matter? That's hard to see. There's too many things to name that are difficult to see before the Father gives us an actual heart. We don't care according to what that really means. It's just in darkness and caring about itself, which is no good. It's loving its soul, which is death. There's always two things, good and evil, you know, for everything. Father is jealous. Is he wickedly jealous? You know, now we're not supposed to be, though, but the Creator is jealous, and an evil jealousy, coveting like that. There's no escape from these things, because someone can look up the word and it's not a trick. It's jealous, not a trick. There's a good jealousy. There's no darkness in him. Even if we're not understanding something, he's already the good thing. that we're not understanding. Just to know that this is the truth, exists, that there's a good jealousy, there's a good repent or sorrow before believing, before the Father starts giving us his Spirit, a real heart. There's no actual true sorrow for the actual real reasons in our life. So this would be, this is not going to look good to people that don't believe, but that's why we read he repented with the judgment on the mankind. We could, a different word could be put in there. It doesn't change what we're reading, though. It's going to be a stumbling block without getting understanding. It's going to be offending someone that we read that, and it's going to affect their image, and that's why people get offended, because they need to die to protecting the image constantly, which is worrying about what people say and think of you in their own mind. But then people scratch that out and say, I don't care what people say or think of me if I never see the works for them saying those words. I see the works opposite, proving that that's not actually happening, that they very much extremely care what people think and say of them. What else does this bring out? Well, those that believe and these things start happening and they keep happening and it gets worse in this way, it brings out what love actually is, because that's insane to keep going if that's the result all the time and still do the good right thing. It brings what it is, teaches us what it is, what the Father's love is, who he is. He starts giving us that same love. It's literally insane. Love will do insane things, just like wickedness, except this is good. It's a good insanity. It should never do it. It doesn't make sense to the natural man. It should never do it. The Creator's will, keeping his commandments, should never do that. It's insane to do that because of what it produces from other people that will come back. What people think and say and what they do, negative, evil coming back, becomes insanity. Just reposition here. What is this? I don't know if these are real people, but I don't know what on earth a robot, like how desperate would it be if it was a robot or like AI or whatever. I wouldn't know right now for sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it is, but to me it seems like it's actually a real person, but I don't know. Might not be. And what is that there for now? These questions, he gives us questions to ask. What on earth is this there for? It doesn't even make any sense. And yet it's been pretty consistent lately. People in darkness are persistent and evil. This is the pattern I see. They keep doing the same thing. It's like a repeated attack over and over, and they actually believe that work is good, laughing and chuckling inside, secretly. But it's not funny when it produces that death, and then when a hard judgment comes back on someone, it's not so funny. The Father is patient. That can be used to tricks mankind, because he's patient on sin, patient on judgment, on sin, more or less. Who can know for any individual or any time, but this is an understanding. So often it comes back a little bit later, for that thing catches up to it, and now that's why it's happening in someone's life, because of what it did earlier. But how would someone know later why something's happening or why it happened. Takes an incredible amount of sight to even see a little bit of it that he needs to give us. We should start learning and finding out and believing this for our own life judgments. But he judges his people, and yet it's going to come across as a cold, hard thing because it's no partiality. It's going to make someone think in their mind, what, does the Creator not care? Well, I guess I'm not special, or what's going on? No, it's always never right until he shows us. He's already doing what the righteous thing is. We have to catch up to it. The first thing is the evil thing that comes from the heart that needs to go away and die. But it's not in agreement until after he shows us a little bit, judges, breaks down, chastises, and dashes the stony heart. Then we can start agreeing, seeing we're real. But building, it's not about the building and yet being mentioned. Because a believer could be in a building, it doesn't matter. So it's not about it in that way. It's no sin to be in a building or something now all by itself. But speaking about why the whole entire temple building is built. And what does it require for someone to believe and do that? And why is it being done? When we read that he doesn't dwell in temples made with hands, meaning what man builds, speaking of literal buildings. Isn't that why we read with hands? Because there's a righteous dividing between that and what the temple means, which is you are the temple. People are the temple. This temple wasn't built by hands. That's the contrast. But built with hands is a literal temple versus people. They didn't build themselves even. The Creator did everything. Who can build him a place of his rest? Where he's questioning. We get this quote from the New Testament somewhere to Isaiah, the beginning of Isaiah 6, the first few verses of Isaiah 66, out of all the numbers, about a carnal temple and understanding. So man didn't even choose to be born, let alone build himself, create himself, his own everything. So we read then a little bit of scriptures quoted, and then he speaks on it. He's quoting the scripture and giving meaning off of it. Now that's why it was quoted, to give some meaning on it. And we read that the Most High does not dwell in temples made with hands. 2 or 3 times, I think, total in the New Testament, I believe. And that's connected with Isaiah there is one example, one connection. Something that should be questioned by someone, you would think, that says they believe his word, the Bible or something. It should at least be questioned, you would think, but it doesn't seem to even be questioned. If the false prophets already put it in their mind that the Old Testament is old, this is a protection to get someone's heart to believe that it's perfectly relevant and meaning something for today, for everyone. But if that first thing is in someone's heart where it's like never seeing what that is, it's hard to put this in words, where it's already like a darkened belief about Scripture, the Old Testament now, which is the only reason I say that is because how do I divide it from the other writings, the New Testament writings, where it's like already in people, that it like is nothing. Not that they never quote from it and that they'll say it's literally nothing, but there's this thing inside people as if it's not his very word to live by. There was no New Testament writings when Messiah said, "Man shall not live by bread alone." He's quoting from Scripture, but by every word that proceeds out of the Father's mouth. It's just, it helps to know that, to see something about this. It only helps when he gives us sight on it. It starts lining up and making some more, building on truth makes more sense. Makes sense, period, let alone more. There was no New Testament writing that someone can quote to do away with all these other scriptures or something. It didn't even exist yet. All the first believers in Messiah, there was nothing just yet with the New Testament writings yet. Even if some of it began early on, it still wasn't there already. Here it is. Here it all is, and even then it took time, and then it would have to start circulating, who knows the details about these things throughout every person and year, can't try to find that out. To be on a mission to pursue that, but just to know whatever is valuable that he gives us to see or puts on our mind, but not to chase nonsense, though, at the same time. And just amazing, did they have his spirit or not? So some of the things the church world teaches, it's like I see it in my mind. It's implying that they didn't even have his spirit or something. They didn't even truly believe, but they would never say those words. Then there's other groups that make it sound like something happened after 70 AD, and this is a hardcore delusion too. Until he gives us to start seeing what we need to, it tricks us. It's the only thing we could see then. It starts making sense. Must be so then. The more the Father showed me, though, the more that other things started dying in his nonsense of evil. Some so bold to even say that, everything has happened. Messiah's coming, the resurrection, the new creation, all of this would have to happen also. Everybody has acknowledged Messiah, every knee, every tongue. That all happened too, I suppose. While people weren't even born yet for another, whatever the age is. People not even born, and yet it makes the Father a liar. To watch out for teachings that make the Father a liar. Cannot be all and every when there's people that aren't even born throughout a whole entire period of time. How could it be all then? Is the Father partial? Is it only for part of the creation? Just partial for some reason? These I like, these I hate forever. All means all. But it doesn't mean all, though, because it just means all when we say it means all. At the timing, we mean it all. We give the definition of all, and when it applies, it's some serious God work. How do they know all that? Pride works. The new covenant started with Messiah, period. And when the Spirit was poured out, this is accomplished. It didn't start 40 years after some weird thing that has no reality to life, where the apostles talking about everything failing, everything coming to nothing, prophecy, knowledge, and whatever else is mentioned, that it all came to, that it was going to come to nothing soon, implying that the apostle didn't even have the Father's Spirit and gift, and that people after a certain period of time had something that the first believers never did. What on earth are they implying? It's monstrous. So the apostle only saw through a glass dimly, darkly, but people shortly after, a few decades after, saw through it clearly. That's some hardcore spiritual, real partiality the Father does. So I guess the Father's Spirit was no good for the first 40 years, but afterwards it was really good. I suppose none of them were overcoming actual sin, but now people afterwards do. And why this divider? When he's breaking down the walls of Jew and Gentile, now there's a serious hardcore divider spiritually. When he's breaking down the physical, natural, and wicked spiritual barrier in people to that the Gentiles would be grafted in, many of them from this point forward, it would be mostly them that are not of Abraham's literal seed, just to make man a little bit more angry, make him a little more angry that it's not about Abraham's literal seed. Does this mean there's no value to it? We read these things. No, it doesn't automatically mean there's no value. It's what the apostle says. So is this all worthless and nothing now? No, on the contrary, all these things came through them. All the oracles of Elohim came through them. So it sounds contradicting, and it's not. It just can't be the highest thing. It's not the understanding. It doesn't mean there's zero value now when speaking of that by itself. Nowhere do we read that it is zero value. We do read that it is valuable if the real things are happening. Without, it's worthless, because they point to that. They're connected. Literal murder is not okay now because of something greater than that existing for murder in the heart. Now we could just throw it in the garbage. Now it doesn't mean anything. You could just do whatever you want. It's crazy. It requires literal spiritual murder in the heart to murder someone literally. Requires it. Can't be done any other way. The thought comes first, then it's conceived, and then it literally fulfills it. It's like the perfect evil right there. Because of all these things being true like this, then you could steal while not stealing. You could murder while you don't murder. You could lie while you don't lie. You could rape while you don't rape. Who cares about these things, though? Seems like lying, is one of the biggest ones. Always happening for Revelation. They love those outside, love and practice lies, love and practice lying. What the Father is saying lying means, and what it really means in our heart, what this work is, that's what it's speaking about. Outside of belief, outside of Jerusalem, outside of the Father, the dogs and sorcerers that are not connected to him in spirit and Messiah and the body and the host of heaven. As the Father teaches us that the angels even are ministers to those that are about to receive salvation. Does that mean salvation's what that means fully is coming tomorrow because it sounds a little like it? No, it does not. They didn't consider that the Father's patience and long suffering is to be seen for all those that would believe. There needs to be time for them. There needs to be patience and long suffering for them, for all people equally. It's got a great, big, giant meaning to it that's very important and valuable. With the understanding and belief of what the gospel is, this doesn't exclude everyone else that doesn't believe in this life. It's for them too. He can correct his people, but he can't correct people now forever when he actually did the real work in people. and believers that already lived and passed away. He did this work, but now he can't do this work to the same people. What's different about us? They're more stiff-necked and more of a sinner than we were, I guess. Bigger chief of sinners than the apostle. There's a line with love. There's a barrier that once you cross, it's over. This is pride. This is partiality and self-righteousness. This is real sin in the heart. People aren't focused on actually doing good, doing the Father's will. This is what it's about. Just because not everyone is seeing who he is and being saved all at once has nothing to do with never seeing him or being saved. But it's implied. Hand-picked cherry verses put together with explaining sorcery to make it sound like what they're saying is true. I recall that all creation received rest on the seventh day, not some of the trees, some of the grass, some of the mountains were left out. Some of the creation was left out, but all of it received rest, and it was very good. That's what the end holds, very good, because it was declared from the beginning. His people, the creation, in a general sense, all people. There's not going to be some, or many, I guess, left out forever. Because he's already teaching and showing that right in the beginning of Genesis. This is not what we read word for word. Therefore, it sounds like it's just being made up, but someone, that's what they would say. Someone else sees what that person says and they don't see the truth. They'll agree with that image that the other guy set. And they'll support their doctrine and tradition. No one taught me that, but I see it now. I can't unsee it. It's teaching this. Adam and Eve got covered. It's all creation. What comes before the covering? Exposed for who and what someone is, sinners, naked. But all creation does get covered, not without everything else being true, not without going through the judgment and learning. I'm not worried about how he's going to do that. People make things up. If I don't know exactly with some kind of crazy detail of these crazy, amazing things to come, if I don't know every detail, therefore what we say isn't true. They just made that up. Where is that teaching in Scripture? Where does it teach we need to have all mystery and knowledge to have some truth that we're speaking about on, some teaching that he did reveal? Is that out of righteousness? Or was that to try to throw down the truth, which means that that person's not actually seeking truth and whatever is true from above? Instantly, it becomes discerned, of which he needs to give us discernment, of which people say this has passed away. There is no discernment, there's no gifts, there's no prophecy, there's no nothing, supposedly, because of their traditions, doctrine. Then how come I've seen the work of prophecy many times? How come I've seen it over and over again, sometimes within a few minutes or seconds? How come that happens still? Do they understand what prophecy really is? This is the greater prophecy. If his people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge, how could all knowledge have ceased long ago when it requires his wisdom and knowledge to do the good works? because otherwise without it, it's destroyed. I guess that scripture is a lie then, right? That's what's implied. That's what gets inside someone's heart and means nothing to them. It destroys them. It already does this work without needing to think about it. This is the power of what truth is about lies. It just does this already. It's getting blinded. It'll never read that verse, wanting to know what it means and how it applies because of the doctrine in the way. Some lying doctrine in the way. Lying teaching and carnal thing in the way. It does this work. In people. And so these leaders, my goodness, who knows how much lies they're doing any given week, lying to the people. It's incredible. How is it they can still breathe? I guess they're free from all righteousness. It doesn't torment them like it does a believer to do evil. The conscience is seared spiritually with a hot iron. Because once again, someone can lie and rape people without doing the literal thing all day long. The Father's wisdom is beyond understanding. All these things working together is insane. It's insane wisdom. But if someone's not seeing how and why and the meaning on any given thing, they'll never see the real reasons of the scriptures that we read about the Creator's wisdom and amazing work. They'll never see what those verses mean. When in reality it's stunning that sin blinds everything. You could look at the creation and it's dead. It doesn't mean anything to someone in unbelief when it's actually stunning right in their face. It shouldn't even be so. It's a giant miracle staring at them every day. Their own breath is staring at them as a miracle every day. You can never use the world and all the evil in it to try to prove something against truth. It doesn't work like that. It can't work like that. It's how people work, though. Because there's a lot of death in the world, the Father's a wicked and a liar, and none of what he says is true. That's some faulty understanding and logic and reasoning that if they lived by their own reasoning, they would be dead already. That's how contradicting it is. They would just expose themselves with that reasoning, but only thing that someone's thinking of when it's attacking is the dark one thing it's doing, attack, and it sees nothing else, because every time that's done in the heart, it's blinded so that it can never see what it needs to see. It gets worse. It only sees the darkness and attack every single time. This is the fear of the Creator, that if someone goes out and does evil tomorrow, they will be blinded about things they have no clue of unless the Father shows them later. It's a good reason to ask all the more for all kinds of things. It's a spiritual, real blinding. Even earthly blinding happens. Every person swears they didn't see that car coming, and yet it's T-boned. It's because they saw a delusion, because they didn't see it. But it was there. That's what blinding is. This happens a lot with all kinds of things, but the world just tries to cover it up, just already seems to know how. Just make the excuse as if this isn't something, as if it's something new, as if this wisdom worldly is new, as if this isn't happening every day for years since the beginning of creation. And someone just explained away the truth and someone believes it. And through the natural way of explaining everything too, usually. If we explain how something works naturally, therefore the truth is a lie. What is that? Has anyone ever questioned what on earth that is? That's so corrupt and blind? that's a stupid reasoning and proof because somebody thinks they can explain how something works carnally, literally, it does away with the truth. Oh, I guess I drifted up. I didn't even look, but this is done a lot too. This tactic is done a lot on all kinds of things that don't even have to do with, I mean, his word is connected to everything in life, but people do this with anything, and in everything it's done a lot. Never seems to be questioned though. When you question it, people fill up with rage because we're going in the direction of truth. It doesn't even have to be literally about someone talking about his word. It could just be any life situation, and you bring out the lie, and instantly you're evil and everything is your fault. Just like instantly, consistently. So nobody's speaking the truth that's blind. Nobody's loving their neighbor that's in and of the world. It's what we see the most. They would tell them the truth. The truth hurts. The truth will make you look evil because this world is evil. But that's what we have to see and expect, though. But it goes for the soft cover, just skip something. Don't say it when you need to and say it when you don't need to. Just does the backwards thing perfectly. About anything. If everyone's hungry and thirsty spiritually, which is something very real, void inside, death, hungry, thirsty, dying, as you would if we never ate or drank anything forever, start dying, literally. This is what true spiritual food is. It gives life when it's from above. It quenches the thirst and hunger. Or, I suppose, asking another question, why did Messiah say and teach about this hunger and thirst for righteousness, that they will be filled that do this, that do what that means? It's a promise. It's 100%. It's that confidence, that truth. Father never fails. If they do what that means, they will be filled. Now you have to continue to do this, not just one time. Just like you have to continue to eat and drink, literally. It's pretty dumb now to say if you eat a cheeseburger and some water, soda, and now they're filled and the thirst is quenched, that now you're good. Even a natural man will say that's stupid. He's going to be hungry again, should be a given, and thirsty pretty quick. So it's no different with truth, with spiritual things. You get thirsty again. If we don't do whatever is right, you'll feel it just like you would naturally. It's not a good feeling when someone gets shot. They seem to always want water right before they die. It's how severe the thirst is when you're dying. And it is a sad, gravely sad picture when that literally happens. It is bad. It's real bad. In a dark world, the truth is light. This is what they need. The Father's truth. Because of it being bad. No one can handle that much evil. No one. So the mind has to go blind to most of it. Otherwise, it can't even carnally live its death, as people say. If you dwell on it too much, they sort of already seem to know something about the darkness. So it's a common phrase, it's a common worldly wisdom, which has some twisted truth through the words. Can't keep doing this or that. And it's like a cold way of just leaving something behind. Never fix the problem. It just cold. It's no care. That's how it fixes the problem, because there's no way to do it the true way. So you have to be a murderer and cold to just leave it behind and dump it, and it's their problem every time, 100%. With the blame in the heart, that's what I'm trying to get to, is the sin. It doesn't mean they didn't do something that was evil or lies, or and then bad things happen. It's not meaning that. It's what the heart does to the other person that's evil. So then speaking lies when someone needs truth to falsely comfort them looks good, but that's evil. And then the opposite way is evil, when the opposite, just constantly backwards. Yes, if someone receives truth and it didn't accept any of it, it's fire for them. That's what no one wants to do, though. And I don't mean literally that there's no one. That's never the point. Just how often this is true. Most. It's who mankind is. They think they'll hurt someone with truth, or anything that's even carnally, when someone knows they should say something literally true and they don't, because it's going to be some kind of fire. They just did the real fire by staying quiet or giving a lie. There's no blessing in this. Father's not lying. You should read all the curses in Deuteronomy and the blessings, but there's way more curses, though, because lying and evil is complicated. Seems like there's a reason there's less blessings. It doesn't mean it's lesser. It's just simple, though, simpler and less in this way, because it's truth. Lies go against each other. Truth goes for itself. So it goes back to one or scatters. And it's like a grenade. One piece going against the other, exploding away from the original center point and oneness. And we also read that the curses that are not written in this law, the book of the law, also, it's interesting, almost as if the Father knows there was going to be more to his word. Yes, and it's really showing how severe this is. Even the curses not mentioned in the book of the law, which is a huge list in Deuteronomy 28, I think. One place, not the only. Elsewhere, whatever's not in there specifically the same way also is coming on them, people. That's why people are naturally sick and diseased, because of a lot of sin. In general, this is a teaching. This is a judgment, which has nothing to do with looking at someone and going, this is exactly why. I know, I figured it out. It's nothing to do with that. It's too complicated. There's too many things happening at the same time, and that's why it's complicated. Not because truth is complicated, but because lies are. Because when you have a bunch of things, even simple, working together, it's complex in how it's all working for itself together at the same time. So many things, and in this way, it's complicated to determine why this person is in this much death and this much literal disease or lack of literal disease, but in strong spiritual death. How can someone know every fine? It's crazy. If you would teach this out in the world with belief, someone hears it, anybody, any race, anyone, translate the language from other people's, all test, all of them. It's out of the spirit, out of truth. Everyone will hate it. Everyone will be offended, because nobody's ever judged God Almighty, the man, the prideful man. and woman. Nobody's ever done that in the heart in reality. So that's what it says and believes. We can speak about what we read, can't we, without actually wickedly judging someone automatically? If that can't be done, then his word should just be burned up, because then nobody could read, nobody could speak, because it automatically means they do evil. That's pretty dumb. That's not the truth. It's good for them to know about it. The opposite is true. They need to hear. And if it burns them up, well, so be it. That was the only good, righteous thing to do at the right time. Doing the other thing would cause us death, and them death also. There's no blessing both ways. But if blessing is only understood carnally, then it will never be seen what blessing actually means when we read it. Now these lower things that the Father knows we need not to seek with the heart, but that's man's blessings. The carnal lower things is his heavenly thing, and the real, not in existence in them. To put the carnal things as a blessing, and the main thing is to do all evil. It's to deny the Creator himself and all the real blessings. We do read that the kingdom of heaven is not food and drink and eating and drinking, but peace in righteousness. Meaning, now, does that mean that you can't eat and drink, literally? No, I don't read that right there. And yet, what he said is true. What his word says there is true. It's not about that. It can't be the thing that someone loves in the heart and seeks. This is the world, though. It finds every reason to party and celebrate for something. Why? What's it so excited for? It's not excited. It's doing it because it's in destruction. Who can hear these words? It's unrest and sin driving to do that and finding reason to. Is there now no good way? No, there is a good way with the Creator's things. That doesn't seem to be considered. There's a good way, the proper way, the true way, the spiritual way. And then there's the devil's way and holidays, carnal blessings, stuff up the flesh and destroy thyself within for these blessings. This is so powerful and true and obvious that even Hollywood can't destroy any of it. They teach it unknowingly, constantly. We watch his judgments anywhere and everywhere because it's that powerful and true. It's just already showing what reality is onto the screen with exaggerations and all. That's not the point. But it's proclaiming truth without proclaiming truth. The robber goes, the kids think it's a good idea to rebel. Soon they have to find out they have to sin for the bread on the table. Soon they have to find out they have to sin even more to get more bread on the table, because it's cursed. It's literally backwards. And the Father's rod, wicked, man. I'm going to get on my horse and find wisdom. Search the world. This is pretty good, I think. And it gets worse and worse and worse until they're destroyed. It's like, how many times did they show that in different ways? They're just showing reality. How is it that people in darkness that love money actually see truth? And yet I see truth in darkness. It's a strange thing. They're not doing it out of understanding or doing the Creator's will. It's just how darkness works. It's blind, but it can't do anything different than what truth is. Part of the truth is judgment for sin. So it appears right on the screen. Because man can't be different than what he really is. He can't make something up that he's not already, Even when you're acting based on only reality. What else? Whether it's exaggerated or not doesn't matter. It's acting based on reality, even though like a movie or something's not reality, that's not the meaning or point. But what is seen is based on what really happens, over and over, consistently, everywhere. Yes, you can have all the women you want, but how often do they show what happens to those people, carnally even? That goes crazy with the women. Seems like more evil finds its way towards the person. For what? No reason? Because the Father's judging it, making it so. His judgments are all over the earth. Mighty judgments can't be denied. This is the exact opposite of what this world is. No creator, no hope, no judgments, no life, no death, no blessings or cursings. Even though it'll say it's carnal blessings occur, blah, blah. Not speaking of that. Speaking of only the real things. It's just a giant random accident. This is the death of death because it's a lie. People that promote that and try to promote whatever their lie is. Church leaders with their lies saying that God exists. It doesn't matter if it's a lie, it's producing death. And the person on YouTube that's some atheist, he does very deceptive work and it's extraordinarily damaging. It will go blind for watching it and eating their food, even a believer. Because that sorcery is working to destroy someone for unbelief, to question everything, till you don't believe it anymore, anything. And it keeps those in death. It just keeps them there. And they're doing it out of a lot of death and confusion and unrest and offended at everything and anything. It's just highly offended at everything. The person doesn't have actual belief and confidence in the very words they say, but it has to do this evil work. This is how they get life, by killing people, making the beast alive. That's the false way you have to go without dying to who and what we are and receiving the real life. To kill people to get beastly life, and it destroys them more. It's contradicting to the uttermost. People aren't talking about what's secretly going on and why it's being done. They don't know that what they say is true in the heart. They just have to believe it out of pride. That's the delusion that's stuck to them. They truly don't know what they do. Trying to convince themselves of the lie over and over and over again every day because it doesn't have any confidence in the lie either, but it still promotes it. Serious confusion. Does anyone know what this is? Because if what I say is true and someone has a little light in them, they know what this is. It's striking as true somewhere in them, that this is the works man does without the Creator. And if we never talk about actual truth, that means we never talk about anything real in anybody. But if we speak out of truth in the Spirit, speaking about everyone, then someone will say, are you talking about me? It seems like you're talking about me. Yes, but not for their understanding or reason at all. And speaking about self. But it says that out of being offended, like, how dare you actually speak about real sin? I like this person over here. That's why I'm stuck on this denomination or pastor man or this or that. Because there's no truth in them. Because they do everything to make sure they don't offend them within on what that means for the heart. There's no power, and there's no power coming from the Father. There's no life. There's no blessing from above. We do read every good gift and thing comes from above. Well, this also means that it doesn't come from beneath. Never, nothing. It's all or nothing again. All from above, down. Nothing from down going up. That's the false way. It just goes back down after it goes up. That's the only path. crushed. Falling from heaven is like a phrase in gaming or something, falling from heaven to boost the XP or do some magical powers that people like to have, control, power, does something for evil inside them. It thinks it's working good for them and it's working for destruction. It's amazing how it's everywhere. The corruption is everywhere. With everything, it's so bad. Father's word is truth. Messiah's words are true. This world's in darkness. All of it, and it always has been. It's a stark contrast to light, though. Death becomes a strange thing after a while. Like, it's strange to be feared. What if that could be you easily, even now after believing? What if that can be you now? What if you start going down that path? So he has to show us that his word is true, which means we'll fall. He shows us his word is true through the fall. You learn something. You believe more. You believe that watching and praying is not a joke through some kind of failure, through some kind of darkness. The Messiah is not joking. Every word, whatever it means, is incredibly important and valuable and means something, needs to be done. That if we break whatever we read, what it means, that means it's going to be destruction, death, sin, corruption working for not doing whatever is good. And we find out he's true. It's the truth. Might make someone go insane after a while, like it just to bring out that what we see, it's like it's insane. It just cannot be. How is it this bad? Everywhere, all around you, in the desert, it's that bad. It's a desert. Father teaches it. Just everywhere, corruption and blinding, and it's like you just have to get away from it. The temptation is to dive into it and stay there. The temptation to, do evil works with the heart and like try to save every person alive. That's going against the Father's brick-walled purpose, his will and judgment, because most are not going to believe. That means we're going against his purpose. Knocking on house door to house door is sinning. But they're smiling and knocking on the door. How is that sin? Doing what they read, when they say so, to confirm what they're doing. Jesus told me so. Then they read the Bible and then it's done. See, they do it. They thought there wasn't a single word on that. Messiah says, don't go door to door. So, literally talking about what they do, not to do. It sounds hateful, doesn't it? It's a wicked image. It's going to be always wicked to the blind. Truth, it's always the evil thing to them. It's what enmity is. Enmity is for real, inside someone, utterly against what someone else is and has, which isn't about us, but the truth, the Father in us, life, light. It's going to be enmity against what that is, for real. And it's enmity for light, the darkness. It's nasty now. And light is nasty to darkness, for real. While the world proclaims in their heart that they know what good and evil is and that they're pretty wise. When in reality, actual good is utterly wicked to everyone that's not of him. It's amazing how many times people say they're okay when it's so obvious they're not. Leave me alone, I'm okay. Yeah, are you sure? Are you sure? Yes, I'm okay. Now getting angry for not being believed. Well, how does someone believe a liar? They're wanting them to believe a lie now. That's not going to happen even with enemies. There's going to be a war, attacking each other, making fun at the opportune time. Wickedness is never blessed. I see this more clearly, and it's a stunning thing that people are constantly attacking each other within the same groups, organizations. You know, what's the word? Faming someone or something in Hollywood and here in sports, whatever. They're lusting to do that. They ask questions, the reporters, to the players, to the peoples, that tries to dig the dirt on them. They're desperately trying to do that. If someone must see it, then the Father will show what we need to see. But we don't want to be digging in the bottomless pit, but we do need to see things at the proper time. Start seeing this work being done all the time. It's astonishing. Wondered in the past before, not knowing what it is, and now it's like showing me. The people that respond, there's cameras on them, there's images being projected. It's a double image with the camera, and more eyes are on it, and they know that. They have to pretend some kind of false humility every time. It's so nasty by not answering the question directly, because the question was there to try to make them look evil and bad. Right by the guy at the court with the microphone, trying to make them look bad constantly. So then the other person doing evil doesn't answer the question directly. No, I'm not even on my mind. I'm not thinking about that at all. They're lying. That's all they're thinking about, is what people think of them, and vicious hatred for the other team and all this stuff. It's all that's on their mind. How can anyone say anything else? I know that's the truth. I know what that is. Competition. It's wicked hatred. There's a lot of pride going on in competition. They absolutely do not love their enemy, their adversary that they're trying to win. Doesn't mean they do literal evil and cut people's heads off. That's not the meaning every time. And I've noticed this pattern so consistently. You don't answer the question directly. That's how false prophets work with his word. They never can touch it. If they acknowledge it directly, they acknowledge that they're lying when it's a lie. So then you just pretend you don't say anything out of pride. Just pretend what you said doesn't even exist, like you're a nothing, and they're God and everything. That's not on our mind. We're just taking it game to game, day to day. We just not even thinking of it like that, not even doing that. That's how they just cover themselves. It's a lie. There's secret war going on between the guy in the microphone and the player. It happens a lot. There's a little war right there, because they're in a heavy sin. They don't love each other. It's a joke. Someone only loves someone for appearance, as long as they're useful to them for their own gain. As soon as that usefulness goes out, everyone knows the game. You get shot by your own group because you're not useful to them. That's the rules of the kingdom of the beast that we read of, the throne of the beast and his kingdom, Satan's kingdoms. This is how it runs spiritually. This is the only rule spiritually. You break the rules, you're out. You're either dead or you lose everything. You lose all our money and all your fame that we gave you. You might go crazy and try to get out and shave your head, start going insane, and then find out the only way is going back into it. Because there's no way out once you're in that deep. Especially if you signed with real blood. There's no way out. This is all real. They don't ever tell us what happens to these Hollywood stars and actors. Their life is insane. It's miserable. It's insane. They're full of all kinds of things they never tell us that they do. All we see is an image of a bunch of people going back and forth, winning championships, when virtually all of them are into hardcore drugs, porn, sleeping around, doing a lot of wickedness, even involved in deeper things, and sometimes end up killing someone or gambling, and they're like full blown filling up the flesh. It's deep. These people have so much worldly power and fame in this way. You can't be that without being utterly destroyed and doing more sin than when you didn't have all that fame. You have to be doing more sin. You have to be in darkness even more to be there and rise like that. You have to. Can't believe the damnable image of the beast. It's an image that the people are believing. They're fans of death. They don't want that life. They don't know what that is. And yet people like want that. And then they find out. The people that get up there, they start finding out. Then they don't tell anyone else that. They promote it because they're in death. So they want death for others. If I'm in death, everyone else needs to be. Can't be me the only one being destroyed. You know, these are hard things to see. It doesn't care. It wants others to be in death. It absolutely wants that. It wants others to join its party and drugs. In fact, when you say no, there's a problem almost every time. There's offense. So then you can't, you wouldn't be able to be one. You have to be separate from that because it's always going to try to get you to do evil. And we will, if we stay there long enough with anything. I'm just giving some of the literal pictures for just to see. It's easier to see. They say those words in this world, not to be like one, close to that kind of thing. Who's living it? Whoever lives it, then everybody hates that person because you're better than them now. It's prideful, and it says you're doing wickedness and murder, so then they hate you for doing what they say to do. Do what they say, don't do what they do, because they don't lift a finger for anything spiritually themselves for what they say. That's why Messiah is saying that. Powerful. This isn't about carnality. They talk about adultery and love commanding people not to commit adultery, and they never fulfill it with a finger themselves. That's why he's saying that to them, because they did this. That's mankind in darkness without him. It loves telling people what to do, so it hides that it does the same thing, just hiding by doing that. So the reason why someone does that is the important thing. Sounds good, the image is good. The reason why is so that it hides, and so that it loves being commended and controlling other people, telling them what to do, getting off of it. Carnal commanding at the post. My goodness. To get this clear vision of everything that the Father's given, taught, and it's incredibly wicked to this world. This is incredibly offensive. Because of so many things working together and being true, it just shows, it brings out so many things. The talk is fake, it's cheap, it's as bad as it gets to just say something and have nothing to do with it. That's not who the Father is. That's evil, to just say the words for anything and not do them, not have anything to do with them. How can somebody in adultery and lust in their heart continually believe there's somebody that's not doing that when they themselves never overcome it? That's what pride is. It does not believe that someone's doing anything different than themselves spiritually. Not speaking of carnal things, because that's just the image. Nobody's wiser. Nobody has anything that I don't have. That's how it believes and thinks. Automatically. So when When someone sees something, that's already just automatic. It sees light, it does the same thing to it as darkness, proving it's blind. Let the dead bury the dead, Messiah said. The man wants to go bury his father first, but then follow. Messiah teaches now. Let the dead bury the dead. You follow me. We follow him. There's no time for that. As soon as someone makes that excuse, there's judgment. It's only going to get worse and deeper. They're lying to themselves. We end up lying to ourselves and never do it. We just say the words thinking we will, and it never becomes real. That's the trick. And once again, the truth is the most offensive thing. People around that, if someone were to hear this, let the dead bury the dead, follow me, they're not going to like it. Did Messiah do evil? No. Will they believe that? No. If he did anything else, it would be evil. Would they believe that? No. He said, yeah, go ahead, do that first, then follow me. The question arises, is that sin? Yeah, that would be the evil thing in that case with the heart. That would be teaching to do evil, that it's okay, that's more important, death, than life. I do read something about having enough death in times past. You've done enough of this in times past. Now live for Messiah, because you're bought for a price. Speaking of real things, this is the reality. If someone's bought for a price, now they live towards Messiah and not for self and death, for the enemy, for self. The blessing comes when doing the thing that people think is the wrong thing. That's when he blesses. Doing the impossible thing and what someone would think is garbage and not valuable. I think that's going to be it now. So it's not about temples made with hands to put this and make it a heavenly thing, and yet it's still important. There's still something very blind going on when we read that he doesn't even dwell in temples made with hands. Can ask the question, prepared for what the enemies would do. You give us, just speaking back to darkness, you give us the definition of temples made with hands. You tell us what it means. What do they say it means? If they come up with anything other than buildings built with hands, they're going to be exposed as blind and lying, and they know it. So then what is it going to do next? Try to explain why it's okay, somehow through some twisted way. That's all that's left to do. Can't come to truth if it's an enemy not wanting truth. No disciple ever taught, Messiah never taught to do this literal work, build temples made with hands. Maybe because he's living the Father's word. Time is to live it, to know what his word is meaning, that the old is passing away and the new things coming in for believers in Messiah, starting with Messiah. The reality of the temple, that the Father and the Lamb are the temple. He dwells in us. And this doesn't mean there's nothing to come. That's added to his words. It's like never loves the truth. Always attacking. See how much it's attacked. Why does that imply something else, like nothing is to come for speaking the truth on something now? Where do we read that? It's because the mind is in darkness. Every thoughts are not the Father's thoughts, not truth thinking about. Church world didn't start in 300 AD as they say, like making it sound like that's the foundation. It's the beginning. It's the truth. Not a single disciple left behind an example of what the church age would be, which is building church systems and buildings with hands. How come nobody did that for a while? While they all lived, it never happened. Even afterwards, it still didn't happen for some time. Then the enemy came over and took over the truth to replace with anti-Messiah spirit, confuse and mix everything up, destroy everything that's true and good, destroy untold amount of things and create a false image in people's mind. These are the true people. This is what the truth is, to replace the truth. Cold and brutal, not wanting anyone to even have his word, nothing. They just want to be the person controlling someone. Each person's supposed to be seeking the Creator and hearing from Him themselves with no one else in the way. But they get in the way then. Want to get in the way. It's extraordinarily deceptive, and it sets us up to look very evil because people are liking the carnal things and images and smiling and singing. The devil sets us up for, it's the Father that's done all this. But through the evil, this evil just knows how to do it, just already makes it look incredibly evil, the truth. His word has been in front of people's face. It's not the problem. It's not the problem. It's not a translation problem. It's not creeds and agreeing to a certain doctrine alone. It's not the problem. Even though what we believe for truth is incredibly important, but how they imply and work, that's not the problem. Not because there's a couple words that someone questions in a Bible. That's the problem. And now if those two words are fixed, it fixes the problem. It's not reality. Even though it is amazing what we have and what the Father did and what He even preserved is amazing to me. And there's evidence left behind for anyone that seeks truth on any given thing. There's always some kind of evidence too, but faith is the only real thing, though. Without faith, can't please Him. Requires an actual faith, which is seen as stupid, which is seen as blindly believing something, when that's not what faith is. Real faith is real. It's not stupid. It's not fake. But once again, what on earth can we do to prove these things to someone? Because their proof is how they work, how the mind works carnally. And the wisdom of this world is seen as wisdom, and scholars and people with a lot of degrees, it's astonishing. They do exactly what we read. It literally believes in all those things. If they don't have the Father, that's all the same. It can't have anything else in the heart. It can try to make it look like it doesn't have that. That's not what it is for real. When reality comes to them, then I always see the works that shows that they didn't believe the true thing and truth. It's always attacked. Everyone wants to get back onto the busy world and just dump the truth and dump you behind like trash. It's astonishing. The world wants to make it look like you're dead because they're dead. You must be in depression and dead because they are. But it makes you look like that. They don't even know who Messiah is. They wouldn't have the slightest clue what righteous sorrow or grief or tribulation is. There's some mercy in being blind. They can't see anything real. they wouldn't be able to handle it. This is the truth. What he gives us to see. If they were to see what we see all at once in one day, they would not be able to handle it. It would go off and go 150 miles in the car and think that's a good idea so it can die. But its excuse, a delusion, is I'm having fun, but it's actually needing to kill itself. That's why it's doing it. It's on the edge of the brink of destruction. So Messiah taught we can't handle the truth all at once. We can't handle the Father's things all at once. It's too much to bear. You cannot bear it now. I have much more to tell you, but you can't bear it now. And people are debating over anything but the truth. It's astonishing. If someone keeps only talking about some carnal thing, they never touch on anything real and live it. Keep questioning, making a ministry based on trying to prove that the NIV or something is good or that it's not good, and then that's all it ever is spoken of. It's like just speaking about the book, and that's it, and how it got here or something, which is not to take away from whatever is true concerning these things. That's not the point. It's never the point that we can never, ever seek truth on something like that or speak on it a little bit. It's just worthless to speak on that when nothing else is going on that's real. Worthless to speak about Messiah's coming while someone's in full-on rebellion continually. It's doing and denying everything that's true, that's connected to his coming. It's literally foolish and worthless. But now something about it can be said, and it has value when we're doing his will and learning what we read to live by, speaking about those things. Then it's connected. This is the only way it's connected that has meaning, value, importance. And it's not about the last generation. Otherwise, the Father would be partial, but it applies to every believer in every generation, because there's never much time left to actually overcome evil and do good. Never much time left. Someone doesn't live that long. It matters what we do every second now. Every day it matters like that. This is reality. Delusion is coming out of the reality completely. And the delusion becomes the reality. Father gives us life, and it's about giving us life right now to know the Creator and Messiah now. This is what eternal life is, to know the Father and Messiah, the one Father sent, to know Father and Messiah. Simple words, but that's huge meaning, to know. You can't look up the word know now and have the spiritual understanding and live by it because of that alone. Does that mean looking up words is never valuable? No. But when someone makes it the thing and says you can't understand anything unless you do the lowest thing, that's a giant lie. It's a big lie. It replaces truth with a lie. I found it valuable many times. So then when the claim is, are you saying it's this? Are you saying it's that? It's not valuable. No. On the contrary, it is valuable when it's done right, for the right reasons. Something that the darkness never does properly. It only does that to promote the lie. It never does it without partiality. It doesn't want to look into the simple things even without partiality. Such a strong sorcery for that to exist and be true. Strong blinding, man. Never even look up the words that have, not that it's not meaningful on any, but the ones that really matter, touching some of their big lying teachings. Never, just partial and blind to do something that goes against itself. It's not about going against itself. It's about looking, testing everything without partiality, but it doesn't want to do that, because if it did, it would condemn itself and find it in a lie. So then it just doesn't do it. It's evil works. It's blind works. It's what we'll see the most with anything and everything. One division fighting another, and they both have the same spiritual thing in their heart going on, same works. It's just a little bit different with what they're saying. Accusing each other of being blind where there's some truth to that, and then blind themselves the same in all kinds of other things. The evidence of that is like immense. It's insane. The way they use proof is unrighteous, completely evil. Makes someone wonder who is doing what's right. Is there anybody? Seems to line up with what I read. Asking this question because of the severe truth and reality of his word. Now that makes sense when I read something like that. Out of 1,000 people, I found one man, but a woman I have not found. Wow, that's a hard, cold, true reality. What are we reading in Ecclesiastes there? 1,000, sort of signifying many, maybe one, but a woman not. Does that mean there's no believers that are women? It's pretty stupid. No, of course it doesn't. So what does it mean? Just very, very few. Few men, few women. We also read in Ecclesiastes, pretty powerful thing that's happening all the time, that the Father hands over a woman to a sinning man so that to judge him thereby, to punish him with what he thinks is good and wants and lusts after is a punishment. In reality, they can read it. It's happening the most with men. But whoever is righteous, whoever's doing whatever is good, however we read, he will protect or spare them, keep them, protect them from that ungodly, un-Elohimly woman to destroy the man, the sinner. Send a woman to destroy the man for a judgment that he deserves, to control him, to own him. And then the man goes crazy inside. Sometimes he ends up killing his whole family because of that truth. And even if he doesn't, it's a curse boiling up inside all the time because he has no power and control, but is a slave to the woman. And doing what's right is wicked, is hating women. Doing what's right is automatically vicious hatred towards women from the protesters. This world's gone insane. Look at the fruit of people in rebellion like that, the women that do this heavy lie and work, promote it. Look at who they are and what they are. They're always in wrath and unrest, and they do damage to their body so often in extreme ways because they're being heavily judged for doing it, because it's a lie, because they're destroying people, they're not helping them. They often cut their hair off and they look like goats, shaved head on the sides. It's not about that, but why is that happening? Just because that's some kind of lower literal thing by itself, does that mean someone should do that now? No, it's happening for a reason. Don't cut yourself. People cut themselves when they're in deep darkness. It seems to lead back to that a lot of times. You start wanting to destroy yourself. Yourself is the problem. It's still holding on to the problem. Doesn't want to die, but then it wants to destroy itself, literally. So dying is the answer in Messiah belief. Dying to who and what we are, the offense, the carnal man, the wicked, the God man in the temple that needs to die and give us life, the new man replacing with the Father's Spirit, making us new. To get into these debates carnally and all the divisions is a trap that someone will find out how bad it is. If they're seeking the Father, the Father will show them. It's a trap. I'm not going to fix the people because of some bunch of posts and a bunch of protesting, thinking they're doing good and seeking truth. In reality, what's happening is one little shrapnel piece of a grenade. Someone says this is the truth, and it's going to fix the explosion by trying to force it back to where it came from. That's stupid. It's not happening. The only answer that even makes natural sense, but of course spiritually, is in the world and not of it, and nothing to do with it. All these other things are just traps so that people are in it and of the world. When they see the works of you not in and of the world, it's the most hated thing, because you're not in some kind of division fighting for evil. You're not in it. You're not of it. Not in their wars, not in their programs, not in their laws, not in their things they say are true, constitution, whatever. We just know that everything is working out according to the Father's purpose and actually believe that and don't have to try to change the Father's purpose and will. We start knowing it's sin and vain, and you only get backfired hard with a lot of judgment for trying. Everybody's saving the world. Everybody loves the world so much. It's nonsense. It's just a stupid, cruel, dumb image. Those that actually have love don't do all that. They won't. They'll learn not to, start coming out of it. This is all just a desperate image to make itself desperately look good, to be reverent, to be, commended by people, lifting themselves up, wanting to be in the newspaper, on the news, anything, desperately trying to look good. It's why it does what it does. It doesn't care about what it's doing and saying. It's a devil. It doesn't care. The devil doesn't care about anything true and good. It's just a lie. It's a trick. Their cover is, I'm doing this. How dare you say that? How dare you say that? It's their cover. They'd never do all these things if they were living the Creator's way. They would be in the desert, separated and hated. That's the reality. That's not the reality, though. Therefore, they don't know the Creator. We're not here to stop the corporations like they think they make an image for and will never do. Never going to change the world like that for some kind of good. It's delusion. They could see the severe division for even trying. The divisions exist because they're trying. It's even worse. Nike is righteous because it says it does some charity or something. Okay, let it be. Let them be. Let the weeds be. Don't go pluck them up. That's what we need to learn. I'm not going to change the devil's heavy, powerful, through the darkness corporations built on evil, protecting itself in every way, shape, and form. It's so stupid to think we can stop it carnally. We're not supposed to. It's there for a reason. Let them do all that nonsense and evil. Let other people do that. That's what I've learned. Let them do it. It's not getting them anywhere spiritually. It's just causing death. If everybody lived as Messiah, That would fix the problem. But because nobody's doing that, that's not reality. The world just looks at what the wicked reality is and says this is what society is. Therefore, you're stupid. Okay? So don't ever come and tell us, be the change you want to be, you hypocrite. Snake. Don't ever say that around me. Don't make me choke and laugh for its foolishness. But I just say that out of what evil is, how else do you do anything? What they're doing is no good. Needs to be said. No, they don't. No, they're not becoming some change that they want to see. It's nonsense. Talking about carnal things that have nothing to do with what those words really mean. No nation's ever done it. Otherwise, they'd still be standing. But all of them disappear in due time. The only reason they stand as long as they do is because of the Father's patience and mercy on everyone, on the wicked too. Has to get really, really sinful before a nation's judged. There's a rightly dividing here because this is not speaking of individuals, but something to do with a nation on a grander scale. That he knows when the sin reaches the heavens, enough is enough, Someone would say, he's not doing anything. Look at all the evil. And then they also would say, if he does something, how dare he do it? That's evil. There's nothing that satisfies them. If he does or he doesn't, it's evil. Don't they know how faulty and evil that is? That nothing ever works for darkness, nothing satisfies it. If you do, if you don't, it's evil. If John the Baptist ate, it would be a problem. If he had his crazy diet, it's a problem. John did not come eating and drinking, Messiah did, and they didn't accept either of them. Had a problem with both. So what do they do that's righteous? Do they eat and drink, or do they not eat and drink in that same way? They're doing one of them, aren't they? Can't hide in the middle. They're doing one of them. They just condemn themselves. They hate this and they hate that thing. What do? No one asks the question. What on earth did the Pharisees do? Did they do something outside of those two things? What else is there to do? No, they condemn themselves. That's what evil is. It's blind. It always does this when it's an attack. It's an astonishing thing to see. You got to watch out for self too, constantly. What is that carnal man? He sure is vile. Father gets us to loathe the old man. Like we read, he said he would get his people to loathe themselves. People love themselves, and that's wise. The death of his saints is precious in his sight. We read that. What could that possibly mean in the church world? Well, they'll create something. They'll create something. Because they die and go to heaven, I guess. That's why. Nothing to do with reality and what it means. Dying to who and what we are. Yes, that is a precious thing in his sight because it's bringing forth life and good things. And it's for our good. And the final death of that old man ends up being very good. Even resurrected from death. But holding on to death is no good. We read the sacrifice of the wicked is an abomination to the Father. I didn't start seeing that until not that long ago on some of these things, to start seeing them, what it really is. What does that mean? It's being done all the time. You'll hear people say it all the time, sacrifice. It's abomination to the Creator. What their sacrifice is for real. Why it's being done and what it is an abomination to His sight. Whether it's literal or spiritual, it's all an abomination together. It has to do with raising self up through pride. It's never anything else. Someone goes so blind that making millions of dollars for bouncing a ball is a great sacrifice. It's an abomination. Surely His word is true. What kind of sacrifice is that? Sacrifice your family? Yeah, it's wicked. Don't be surprised when your wife is cheating on you for your wicked sacrifice. What did you expect? Don't be surprised for your kids going in destruction because you're never there for your sacrifice. Sacrificing life and truth for your self-gain. How is that sacrifice? It's self-contradicting. I don't care what they do. Let them do it. Speaking of the actual sin in the heart. There's always like an assumption that it's a command. Just because that happens most of the time doesn't automatically make it happen every time. It's nonsense. Well, there's different sacrifices. It can get nasty and it's deep. It's never sacrificing actually self ever. The darkness. It's gaining for self. That's what the wicked sacrifice is. It's always to gain in some way, shape, or form. Adversity to them is losing in a game. That's the devil's kingdoms. That's what it is. It's not adversity. It's carnal, some form of carnal adversity. It has nothing to do with what we read, though. It just becomes astonishing more as the days go by. The people are screaming and worshiping people. It's insane. Start seeing it for what it is. It's literally insane. Why are people doing that? Idols and gods everywhere. Football gods, the basketball gods, idols everywhere. Why do they say that? They could just say that whenever they want, but if truth came their way, they would just say they're joking. Take it easy, take it easy. What's wrong with you? You're a little uptight or something. You're wicked. Say it for a reason. They are pointing to somebody when they point up to the sky. It's a little contradicting to pray to the devil to go defeat someone else that's praying to the devil. Yes, that's what evil is. The Father's way is the exact opposite, imperfect, working towards all good, towards all light, all truth, all Him going back to. Never contradicts like this, never does that. Never fights itself. The Father didn't fight the Egyptian. That wasn't Him fighting Himself and defeating Himself and saying He's greater than Himself. It's so stupid. This darkness and power is through the enemy. And through this power, the Father shows us His power because this other power is real, of which without Him we're crushed easily. No one can overcome it with himself. Not even Messiah can overcome it himself. He said so. Of myself I can do nothing. The works you see are the Father's works. He told them the truth. They didn't believe Him. They didn't believe Him at all. false doctrine created that if we don't believe in the Trinity, we deny the Messiah. We deny their Messiah, not the Messiah, denying his deity or something. Right? We deny the deity of the anti-Messiah, the God-man. There's some truth in those words they say, but their reasoning is not that. It's in a bad way. You deny the Messiah. That's what they mean. So obviously it's not a carnal problem. It's not because this verse or word or something, and now a whole entire understanding and teaching just changes because of it. It's not making that the highest thing. It's not the issue. His word is everywhere, and they still teach the lies, the trinities. Doesn't matter because they twist his word. It wouldn't change reading something different. His word is all over the place saying simple things that everyone's breaking. It's everywhere. It's literally blind. It wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't change man's heart if it was worded slightly different here or slightly different there, or if this was in it now, people would see and believe because of that alone. No, they wouldn't. If someone were resurrected from the dead, Messiah says they still wouldn't believe. So how much less changing a little word or something here and there when someone wouldn't believe if someone was resurrected from the dead? That's a way greater thing than what that is down there with the literal word. So then it's not the issue. It's kind of frightening to see, though, at times, that the devil doesn't believe Messiah is deity, right? We're the devil. Pretty frightening. We're the devil to them. Smooth it out, though, if we're right in front of their face. Smooth it all out. Never live what they even say remotely. Just try to make themselves look like they love you or something, but when you're away from them, then they're cursing. It's okay to say devil. Just better be true and right. Because if it's not, it went from very good and true to severe abomination and lie. It better be right. Whatever someone says. Less strong judgment comes on them and they get more blind, more death, destroy more people as a reward in Satan's kingdoms. You have to destroy people to rise. What happens if you don't destroy people? Straight to the dust you go. Buried by the world. Certainly wouldn't be making statues of his people ever. His people would go and shatter it in the night and burn it up with fire if someone did that to them. Make them shake at night for seeing their own statue. So we know this doesn't happen. This just never happens to believers. Nobody's doing that in this world, just to bring something out. That what's popular and known needs to be very carefully looked at because of that truth. Real carefully. Not anything just believed all at once, just instantly believing what the world says. Better be examined, tested at the very least. Because the enemy's been trying to destroy them. Always, constantly. Standing in the way. It's so deceptive that people coming out of the mother of harlots that's some good thing when it's actually she's birthing the children. It's not coming out of the harlot. That's not what it means. But that scripture will be applied to that. Reformation and things like this. Even though so many things happen that fulfills the Father purpose, that's never what we're speaking about. That does happen. Just always going back to the heart. Father says, look, you got Bibles everywhere, more now than ever before, and you're getting worse. And the world's getting worse. Does the word make it worse? Yes and no. Because it's used deceitfully, it just creates more carnality. It can be used like that. But does his word actually do that? No. And what it means? No, it never does this. Never. But it's used this way. It's a miracle that it even exists with how much evil man is that he's shown me. It's a miracle that it's standing and exists, literally existing. It's a miracle. It should have been burned with fire long ago. How come that never seems to happen? And now it's gone. His word is gone, destroyed utterly. It's still here with that much vicious hatred towards the Creator, and it's still here. That must be a strong delusion working for the Father's purpose through the people. Maybe like having their name somewhere. I want my name, so that gives them incentive to do something that's actually could be useful for people or create some kind of good purpose, whether for good or evil. That's what delusion does. It gets the Father's things done that he uses people to do, but what's in their mind is not the reason for anything happening, and that's how it gets done. It's powerful. In Revelation, we read, he puts it in the mind of the beast. How is it worded? To burn up the harlot with fire and eat its flesh, so that it's like-minded to go against it. He does that judgment from above, but the reasons from beneath in man doing what they're doing is never what's in heaven ever. It's called delusion. It's a strong judgment. Someone can think they're a serial killer for the Lord, and they are in a way. There's a little bit of truth when someone might hear that, in movies or something. Like they felt like they completed their purpose and they just did a bunch of evil. Just killed a bunch of people. Well, it was in a twisted way, fulfilling some kind of purpose. How do you answer to that? See what everything this world does, it's just amazing. When darkness speaks, it just all lies and wicked. No, then when it needs to be brought out that there is some kind of truth, so often in what someone says, when it's pulled out and discerned, then they dump them. Then no one listens. No one even remotely hears them out. No one hears this person or that person, or they oppress the poor. They oppress everyone. When it should happen, it doesn't. When it does happen, when it should, it doesn't. When it doesn't, it should. Because someone's offended and doesn't like what they saw. So when someone says something and makes an excuse, or it's just utterly rejected, but there's some truth so often in what someone says. A lot of times, a little bit of truth in there, but that doesn't make it truth. It just it's in there carnally, a little bit of truth. That's never seeming to be acknowledged. When someone says they can't stop, it's real. They can't stop. They're addicted. They're addicted to whatever evil they're doing. It's real. But that's when people trash them, because they're the same. That they see them. They don't want to see themselves. Anything that sees self is offended. It's its own heart. It's supposed to acknowledge that and tell the truth. Okay, this is good. Tell them it's good that you have at least a little bit of truth. This is how you get on someone's side. It's not that we're agreeing with what they're doing and why they're doing. It's just taking what you can for good and working with it. It's what the apostle's talking about. Then the world never does this to other people. Acknowledging it to the Creator, that's this truth, lead it towards that direction. If they don't hear, they don't hear, but don't do the evil thing. It's what the world does, the evil thing. It condemns. Then it says, then it points to truth and says that truth is condemning and doing the wickedness. And that's all they do in their heart. Yeah, there's an answer. Seek the Creator with all the heart. There's an answer for this problem. All problems. There's just that feeling you get, though, with how much it requires to keep going and how much deception and getting deceived, coming out of it, falling, getting back up. You just see that whole picture, and it makes you concerned. If they do believe, are they going to believe for very long before they just get overtaken? There's like nothing you just have to believe in the Creator. That's it. Have faith in Him. He'll work out His purpose. We can't do that. It's a monstrous work in that it's impossible. Can't save ourselves. How could we save someone else carnally like that? So then the only way to save someone is through the truth, is through giving truth. And that's why the apostle says something about saving someone. It's not seen through religion, through carnality on how to save someone. Or how do you know if your husband will be saved or if your wife will be saved? He's not talking about past tense saved because they said a few words, not even remotely speaking about that. It's only through the understanding and other truths that he's seeing already. Through the only good, true way to be believing is to be being saved continually. Actual belief and not religion belief. How will we know? We don't know. Can't know unless He shows us and does it and shows us that's what happened. But how do we know otherwise? Who's going to believe or not? And yet, it's directly connected to what we do still. You do evil, it makes the difference. They just got evil and death, then you're going to be judged. Nevertheless. So then what we do matters. There's this reality that's hard to put into words, because it's only non-reality. It's real. That's what keeps coming back. It's real. Everything's real, not a game. This world's a game. Father and His truth and things are real. People do evil. It's real. People, you can drop a baby and kill it. It's real. No doctrine's going to protect from some reality. And because I have this doctrine, reality won't do anything. Won't affect it. No, nothing like that. Believer sees it can do evil now, and like before, you watch out for it because you can do it. I mean, it's funny because it's all anyone's been doing, the heart sick and evil. Now it's acknowledging it can do evil when it's all it ever did. This is good. Unbelievers don't believe they can do evil. concerning what this really means. There's nothing to watch out for. No sin to watch out for. No pride to watch out for. No lies to watch out for when someone asks a question and whether you answer truthfully or not. Someone in darkness just got tested and they failed again and again. Now you start seeing the test, start seeing that you can lie or do this or that, anything. I wonder, I know he's put it in my spirit. Just some of these dark things make me sick. The evil is so evil, but that's what we need to become. But what is it like for the Father perfectly? I can't imagine what the perfect thing is. I mean, a perfect hatred for evil. It's utter disgust. This is actually amazingly good. We learn that if this is never growing in someone, they do not hate evil. They do not hate evil. They still love it. Praising the greedy, like we read, praising the greedy. So many of these things, it's being done in the heart. It's not necessarily what someone's saying. In fact, that's like the least thing. It's not going, I praise the greedy, I praise the greedy. It's what their work did and why they did it. Praise the greedy. While the image said they did something else. If you give someone $100 on the street, how is it anything else than giving? There's no sin in that, right? There's no way to sin in that. That's giving. That's good, right? You give. Now you're humble. Now you are selfless. You're not selfish now. That's insane. That's blind. The reality is it could be good or evil, and it's the world's only doing the evil. Does it for itself. Then it goes and makes YouTube videos about all the things it gives. Here's 100. Here's 100. Like humans are trash to that person. That's what's happening. Just praising itself. Look how amazing I am, everyone. I just gave this person on the street $100 or a gift or a PlayStation. This world's really, really bad. This generation's like, it must be one of the last. It's the worst generations ever. The kids are insanely rebellious, but I couldn't see these things. When I read those things, it didn't mean anything to me early on. Now I'm reading about this rebellion and the love growing cold. I mean, it's always been true, but this is on another level. This is like fulfilling prophecy on another level. Perfect. The kids today are worse than like 2 generations ago. They're like carnally worse. Truly are. These things destroy people. All this technology just working for evil, mostly. It's about the heart, not the technology. It's just connected though. It just happens to be what it is. It's just causing it to be worse. That's the reality. It's doing the exact perfect opposite of Messiah saying not to do these things, to show off and to do them in secret. Do this with the heart secretly, so that you're not doing it for those reasons, because that's the great sin. And like throwing money at someone and putting a video of it is like it's like the perfect opposite. I don't know how much worse it gets. I guess it gets worse if you do more. $1,000 would be worse than 100. That's the only way it gets worse. More valuable item, whatever it is, if you put a dollar amount. died. My phone died. I guess, I mean, this has happened to me many times in the past. It seems like sometimes the Father just shuts me up with the phone dying, and I'm happy for that to happen. So I think now it's going to be the real end. But one little dot, going back to that sin, so or sha, makes a huge difference. I feel like that's what the Hebrew, literal Hebrew, that it's bringing out, that the smallest things are connected and make such a big difference. It modifies, changes pronunciation, changes the word even, and meaning. So these details can't be left unnoticed and not done rightly, even though this world has said the devil is in the details, and that is actually very true. It's incredibly true. See how that's true, but there just doesn't automatically mean now, because of one dot making a difference, this must be the devil now. There needs to be a right discernment between two things and what it is or why it is, if it's this or that. It's never just some automatic thing. It seems to happen the most, just automatically something, if this. But the backwards thing is where, with his things, when it's this, if it's this, it is this spiritually automatically. Now that never happens, but when it's not supposed to be, it is. When it is, it's not. When it is, it's not. Which reminds me of the apostle saying, well, he finds nothing good in his flesh to do any good. And what he wills to do, he doesn't. And what he doesn't want to do, he does. That can trip people up, because it sounds like he's just a full-blown sinner. That's what he's saying. That's who and what we are. That's why we need the Creator and everything we read about what Messiah did. Because that's who and what we are. Flesh just doesn't do any good. It's a battle against our own self. We are a devil without the Father. And the devil could be understood in Scripture as one person, a group of people, a system. It's used like this. All of these things, but could be anyone, not just this one thing only, apart from humanity, but always connected with humanity. Humanity's doing evil because the flesh is evil. Does that make the literal flesh evil? Is that what the problem is? Then that's a stumbling stone. Creates different doctrines with that. Now material things are all wicked and evil now automatically. This was something the Father showed me that's utterly a lie. No, when there's a contrast between two things, the greater thing has to have its place. If the lower thing is higher than the greater, that's a lie. When we don't contrast something, it's still important. It's just when contrasted to something greater, it has its place. The earth is lower than the heavens. Does that make it stupid and worthless now all by itself? Of course not. The creation is now earthly wicked because it's low, even though it does represent carnality and low like that and evil, but does that make the literal earth and creation wicked now because of Father created some mistake, messed up and did wickedness? The problem is our literal flesh, in that it's physical or it's material, and that's the problem now. If just disappearing is the fix, that's no answer. That's running away from the truth, just disappearing in the world and not of it, praying not that they would be left taken out of the world, but in it and not of it. So then in the heart, and watching out for mankind doing the opposite of what we read, implying spiritually that it's the problem and disappearing or something would fix it. Disappearing when tribulation comes and just disappearing. Quick to face it, not disappearing. No one's going to disappear years before some end. And I guess I don't know how bad that has to look to finally work out over time. And it looks incredibly bad. I mean, it is bad, but just seeing that picture in my mind, lying prophets, lying people, not understanding, giving people a crazy false lie and hope. It's just confused. Some rapture from our problems when the Father is our shield. Have they never read that his people constantly have to go through evil and he protects them? It's like utter denial of the Father himself, perfectly, the rapture. Specifically, raptured a few years before a certain time. It's like denial of his power and everything. But I guess that's never seen. It's just the talking about the doctrine, what does this mean to be raptured? That's what I care about. And even in scripture, simply, Noah didn't disappear 7 years before the flood. They might think it's going to go in the same order. It's a type of something for the end, but it's always true until then, because humanity's being destroyed spiritually, and we see it right in front of our face, as Noah had to carnally see it. We see it spiritually. He builds us an ark, get it to save us, to give us salvation continually from the destruction of the world and the peoples that are destroyed, the many waters. Doesn't that actually teach that the harlot something to do with many waters, all the people flooded? Just the creation has too much, not too much in a bad way, but just beyond meaning. Everything has meaning. The exact opposite of no meaning. I don't know how the Father creates something that works while it has all this meaning at the same time. It's stunning. I don't know what that is. It's pretty serious wisdom. That one person is like, it's not even 1,000th of a grain of sand. And yet whatever wisdom someone has, it's still from him and given. We don't have anything ourselves. As Messiah was given all things, even given on earth, but now given all things in heaven. All things through Messiah. And that's not understood. It's using scripture so often to teach some kind of lie because of not understanding the oneness in spirit and everything given to Messiah through Messiah. He speaks the very words of the Father. And it's going to sound like sometimes the way they use it as if he is the Father or something. That's what people will do and say. What is he supposed to do? Be the devil? Or speak only truth filled up with the Father's Spirit and in his image? A perfect messenger for the picture of the Father, a true messenger, but that's just to bring it out. That's what his people are supposed to be. Messengers of the Creator. A pretty big deal, because it's a testimony to people, and you could do a lot of sin, violence, by lying to someone which goes back to blaspheming making people blaspheme the Creator because of someone's works. Because of the Gentiles, his name is blasphemed, I read. How true is that? The unbelieving beast world blasphemes the Creator because of the harlot. That's all I ever see. It hates the harlot. This enmity is real because it's always, it's seeing some kind of darkness, even hypocrisy, self-righteousness, and then it hates the harlot in this way. Not that we can do something to be loved by the world. It's just that this is true also. There is something to it. It's a weird war and enmity between religion in general and sort of unreligious people, I can see it to some degree. What does someone really do when they're all by themselves? Because when you get close to someone and people are watching, you have to try to be nice. But what's that heart doing when nobody's around? What does it really think of religion or anybody? And many people's gathered up to all the divisions in Islam and all these things going on all at the same time. And all the divisions of that. That's why we read to think of heavenly things, because there's nothing good down here. But we do just see the reality of it and needing to be, we can't help but what we see. Somehow still focused on only the good thing, heavenly things, while knowing about all of this, whatever he's shown us, how real it is and divided it is. It's incredible. It does bring out some severe meaning for hope. There would be no hope without it being this bad in the same way. Whole creation groans, eagerly waiting the adoption of the sons of Elohim. Powerful words, including the gospel. And he even says, whole creation, you can't go wrong. And that it doesn't exist. The harlot doesn't touch on it. They can read it, still not touch on it. It's just ignore it. Ignore what it means. It's astonishing to me to see now consistently. They attack actual hope for all creation. That means their gospel has nothing to do with actual hope for all people. It's the exact opposite. Hopelessness for most. I don't know how many, what's more destructive than a giant lie like that. It breaks everything that is true, even though someone may not be seeing any of it in unbelief. It's still, that lie sends waves to all the truth and breaks it all. Truth cannot be in that person's mind. It just ends up being enmity and confusion and not knowing and death and unbelief with no hope. It's either really good or really bad. It's the best way I can bring it out on what I'm seeing. Where if it was a little different, there's like no middle. It just goes instantly to evil and really bad from really good. The truth. We read that directly. Very, very bad, very, very good somewhere. It's a good thing the Father gives us this real hope in his Spirit, because we'd be doomed in destruction, the same in the world, continually. How could we handle all the things we have to face and see without the Father's power and Spirit and hope and truth that he gives us? Because the things we have to see are very real. The dark, see the death of people, the death of your family, and then the enmity and the tricks they do and never acknowledge sin ever, but then they say they do this for this reason, and the Father shows you it's for some evil reason, and never admit it. This is dark, to live this reality every day and then see their death for doing it, not acknowledging the Father's judgments. This is strong. This isn't very real at all in the beginning of someone's belief because it's so small. It gets real big. It grows. Job is no joke. You leave the old family behind because they're in death. And they die to him and he's dead to them. But then on the other side of that, there's a new family to focus on. Those that do the will of the Creator. This is the family in Job. Messiah's teaching on it. Not as if Job's the only place, though, but part of his word there. You have to go through a severe tribulation and darkness to get to the other side of this family. But how many people, keep going? That's what the believer needs to find out and know. You have to keep going to see the good intentions of the Father that he has on the other side, if you will. He lifts someone up and brings them back into light after all that heavy darkness, and tribulation. And that's not going to happen only once in life, but it cycles, just like the creation teaches. Cycles. Day and night, full moon, dark moon, cycling. The creation is, in this way, is screaming out the Father's word. That's why we read that. It's screaming out spiritually his truth. It's like shouting at everyone. And yet, they repented not for their works and their idols and their devils. And like we read in Revelation, plagues come and they repented not. It gets real hot. Starts blaspheming the Creator for getting real hot. Boils. We don't have an understanding until he gives it. So the only thing at first is like, it's just not on our mind. It has to be deleted. Or we'll believe some kind of lie. Are people waiting till they're going to have severe boils all around the earth? Maybe it will get that bad. I don't know for literal thing there, but that's not the understanding. This also implies that his word hasn't been true all this time until some very end. It's very damaging because it's a lie. Now, this is real. It's always true. We need to catch up to his truth to see how it's true and real. It already is. That I know for sure. The more he shows us, the more real it is, the more powerful his word is. We live it, see it, his proof. If someone does evil, we can't do evil back to them. And we have to have that patience and know that that thing wasn't left unnoticed. There's a judgment for whatever that person did to someone. Even instantly in spirit being destroyed, but so often something, some kind of judgment comes back, like literally. It's just making me see the sorcery of this healthcare system and everything else. It's all corrupt beyond words. I still don't know how strong it is. I'm asking and learning. The more he shows me, a little here, a little there, the more stronger it is. Because we're seeing what we need to see, the sorcery. It's denying the Creator that he can heal anybody. It's worshiping men and drugs and sorcery. False gods and idols behind it. Becomes their idols. How the doctors are cold and cruel. They're almost all the same. I mean, a lot of them will act cheery and whatever, but their works are dark. They so often don't say anything when it's obvious and they know the numbers or whatever that they say are bad, and they don't tell you people so often. They just tell you to just, eat a little less oil or something, or not even say that, a little less fat, and send you off your way. It should be something about the Creator's truth and then send them off their way. Something about sin. He's the physician. He's the healer. He created the heavens and earth. What is a tiny little disease to him? People don't want to believe that. That's why it exists, though. We're watching rebellion. We're watching rebellion. We're watching people get diseased, even literally, let alone spiritually, the plagues. And then people will defend the delusion they're in, and say, like, make it look like they chose that. How dare the devils make fun of a 500-pound person? They're not understanding why that always happens, because it's a curse. Because that's what evil does. It's waiting to condemn someone. It can't wait because it's in destruction, and it's an evil thing. It's like obviously messed up to be that overweight. So now, then you protect the evil. This world just protecting more evil. You can't say anything, but we're not supposed to say it through evil, but just speaking in the truth that's no good to be 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds. It's no good. This is sin. This is evil. This is not good. It protects that lie. And anybody that says anything in truth is judging them in an evil way automatically, when it's for their own destruction and hurt, and they're protecting it. And now it's like with YouTube and everything, it's gotten so bad where people are boasting in their shame, literally boasting for the shame, and saying they're proud of it. They didn't choose that. They're stuck in it. Now they have to be proud of it to make it look like that's what they want and chose, when they can't get out of it in reality. That's a scary reality. That's how the corrupt heart works. It just justifies and makes whatever the sin is look like it wants to do that, and that it's good. It's so prideful. But one thing I've seen and learned is that the unbelievers attack constantly, and you just watch the Father's judgments and truth in His Word. This is why we read things like king that does evil and this does evil that the people hate. It's a hatred out of pride. It's out of that image of the beast, but it's happening anyways. And it's all a judgment. It's a curse to do literal evil. Someone looks prideful on TV, devils will come out and judge them as wicked and prideful, because it's the image, the only thing they care about. But then it's a judgment for the one doing a severe evil, and doing that, it can't be blessed. A devil is never a friend. It's ready to turn their back on you any second for the slightest thing. It's all people know in their heart. It's all they've ever experienced. To see something else is a miracle. It's got no forgiveness in its heart. So now there's no point in reading forgive, and forgive 7 times 70. They think that this doesn't ever have to happen in real life testing between even believers. But this is going to happen. Just His Word is just true. People will just do evil and slip up and mess up because His Word is true. Doesn't matter who they are. It's just that powerful. The Father can't be denied. His Word can't be denied. It's just always true. As soon as someone thinks they'll never do something, that's when they end up doing it, when it's out of pride and not humble and seeking the Father's will, counsel, and if it's His will, through that, instead of saying, I will do it, period, because I said so. No, they won't. No, they won't. No way. Can't be done. I won't deny Messiah. Yes, you will, just because you said that out of pride. Yes, you will. We read not to be ashamed of Messiah. What does that mean? Is there a way to be ashamed of him without him being right here next to us, literally right now? Yes, there is. To be ashamed of doing good works is to be ashamed of Messiah. That's the truth. People will be ashamed. It'll happen. So start learning what this means, and now it applies and is real. It becomes real. This is not carnal man's definition of what it means to be ashamed of Jesus Christ or something. This is real things. It's real. Be pressured to do whatever is the evil thing when you have like a knowledge of what to do is right, and it's a failure. It's being ashamed of him. So now we read not to be ashamed of him, or else he'll be ashamed of us. Comes right back on us. But if we're not ashamed of him, then it comes back on us, then he won't be ashamed. It'll be a blessing. It'll be better. It'll be a gift. It'll be strength. More people will have to be ashamed of you, though, in order not to be ashamed of Messiah. More people will have to be ashamed of us. Anybody that's doing the Father's will, they'll be ashamed of that person. Just proving that they always were, and people in religion will be ashamed of the truth. Any good work, they'll be ashamed of it. They're ashamed if you talk a little loud in front of a group of people. Afraid if you get a little bit louder speaking about some kind of truth, they'll be ashamed of it. Their image is being broken in their mind. First thing someone will do is say, can't you see that there's people around here making me look bad? That's what's in the heart. Oh, it goes back to selfish, making me look bad. Automatically a judgment that it's evil, truth and good. Right, that's all it's ever been. To break through this delusion will cause severe hatred when truth is given at the proper time. It's amazing. It's a nasty thing. Nobody wants truth. They want to live the Father's word, care about their image and being ashamed for their image and what people think of them. Those works just proved it. Then tomorrow, that same person that did those works says, I don't care what anyone thinks about me. Like mouth wide open, eyes open. What? What did you forget what happened recently? 5 minutes ago? Yesterday? So this forgetfulness and just instantly bounces off of people. It's just so hateful for truth. It just bounces people right off. It's torment, like we read day and night, to the age of ages, just continually in mankind. He's in torment, spiritual torment from the presence of the Lamb and all truth, Father and His Spirit. It's already true. It's true right now. It's true tomorrow. It's true to come. It's fire, torment. It's a bad thing where we're tormented by evil, tormented by wickedness. This is good. Tormented by Sodom and Gomorrah. This is good. And we learn that the Father does righteous judgment. He doesn't dump judgment onto Sodom and Gomorrah as if on his people, as if they're just one and the same. There's a distinction made. Even if it's 40 or 30 or 20 and 10, doesn't matter. He's a righteous judge in all things. He won't destroy the righteous because of the wicked, but judges righteously for actual works we do. But he doesn't do that at evil judgment, though. Just includes someone in there, just dumps them in with them. So sometimes, there's a distinction And then that's what needs to be seen, to rightly divided. And Abraham is like dare I, basically say again, forgive me, please don't take it against me, like kind of that meaning, now that I'm asking for 30. If I may, forgive me, I know I don't really forgive, I don't believe, but that's what it's like with the Father, because he's the creator, because he's all powerful, because he's set apart, because he's that righteous. You're like watching out for every drop for not doing like this evil. Asking with like fear. May I dare ask for one more time for 10? Are you going to do this? Far be it from you. When we learn who the Father is over time, he shows us who he is, what he's like, what his image is, spiritual image, who he is, versus the image of the beast and the devil, serpent, image, carnal, backwards, lowly instead of heavenly, carnal instead of spiritual, wicked instead of righteous, dark instead of light. So much in Genesis right in the beginning. Powerful. His word is perfect. The very end of Revelation just finishes there. This world's in some serious hurt and destruction, but believers should want Messiah to come in their life now, in spirit and in truth. We have the teachings for it, not just some end, that doesn't apply to us now, the present time. And that understanding doesn't do away with the end. There's many scriptures that teach of Messiah's coming in scripture, more than I ever knew, to start seeing him with the eyes wide open, instead of shut. It's funny how the world works and is, though. It seems the whole world knows something about it, but it's just still blind anyways. But that's what that connection was in the beginning, though, where only truth is real and exists, but the lie is taking the truth and twisting it. Therefore, it's truth all mixed up with lies, and it becomes that for twisting it and mixing and perverting and inverting. But it's still that connection, though. It can only take that and mess it up. So we'll spiritually see truth as he shows us in darkness for that reason. I believe that's what it is. It's just that's all lies, that we need to see what a lie is, but it's taking truth and it's connected somehow. There's nothing else to take. There's nothing else to create. Man doesn't create anything. So it can just take what's there and twist it. Twist the scriptures like we read. Those that twist the apostles' letters twist the rest of the scriptures also. I've never seen that first work, when it's discerned it's done, without seeing that other part too. The rest of the scriptures are also twisted every time if the first one's done. That connection of his word that can't be broken. If you twist this, you twist everything. Not the only place that it's teaching something. That's partly why that's true. And it all comes from the Father. So it's like, how do you twist righteously 50% or 10% of the Father without twisting the Father himself? It all comes from him. For the good reason, the true way. If someone breaks the law, they break all because of that connection. People use that to say that the law is nailed to the stake. Stay away from it. That's dangerous. Danger, danger territory. Don't keep the commandments. Don't seek to do so. Because if you break one, you break them all. It literally means the exact opposite of what that thing is there. It's the exact opposite. Just be aware of this truth that if we break one, we break all. So now we need to care about it all. That's why it's being said. Not for not keeping it, but it's a sorcery. It works on many people. You already want to hear that. I want to hear the spiritual easy evil thing. Of course we can't do this on our own, but then people will make it self-righteous on your own when it's not ever the meaning. We need the Father's Spirit and power to do this, but this is what we agree to, that if we break one, we break all. This is a big deal. You're supposed to care about it all. How do you love your neighbor only 80% or 10%? If it's 80%, that was hating your neighbor. 100%. Just never get through humanity that it doesn't matter about the numbers, percentages. How do you even do a 50% lie and evil work to someone? Either it was good or it was evil. The scripture that comes to mind is, if you have it and you're able to with your hands, give to your neighbor when he asks, and don't say I don't have it and wait until tomorrow. Why would someone do that? Nobody ever does this, right? Nobody ever does that work that we read right there. Don't wait till later and say, you don't have it right now, because they want to be God and worshipped. They want to control someone. I don't have it right now. I don't want to do the right thing ever, because that's the right thing. I hate that. I'm going to do the wrong thing and wait till tomorrow. Now you can have it. You don't tell me what to do. I tell you what to do, punk. That's why that's being done. It's sick pride. It's evil. Doing the right thing is going to be the most resistive thing to break through. People like to control people through that work of delay, pretending they don't have something. Anything could apply to anything. What that means spiritually is the important thing that we read there. We do this work, watching out for it now. That's a lie to say you don't have when you do have, isn't it? It's already a lie. But you shall not lie. It's a deceiver. That's deceiving someone, lying. It's murder. It's adultery with the Creator. It's adultery spiritually. It's raising self up. It's God. It's its own idol, breaking. You shall have no other Elohim. How can someone believe that if they're doing that work all the time? They can say they have the Creator, but they're lying. And if someone hates their brother, who they see, like we read, how can they love the Creator whom they don't literally see? To bring out that meaning, it's higher, the Father. What you see is lower. And if you're not doing it with the lower, how are you doing with the greater? You're not. It's impossible, literally. Not possible. Man takes that and says he's doing the impossible and calls that good all the time. Or creep up on someone, truth, just do the lie, do the evil thing and go, oh wow, I just did evil. That's how deceptive it is. If someone's not watching and praying, they're not overcoming anything. They don't have the Father. They're not overcoming anything yet. They haven't learned what sin is. Not learning at all. It's okay to learn all in the world and act like someone's teaching you, except for the actual reality of learning from above on His Word. Now, when the reality applies, it's no good. This is evil. He already knows. See, his heart can't be taught. He can only make it look like he's getting taught because the real thing's not happening. That's why it can make it look like it's accepting it's being taught by someone. It's not happening in the heart. Doesn't believe that in the heart. You know, there's this thing too I've seen, this work, where someone asks someone to, it could be a store or whatever specialty thing it is. Someone tells me, like, what's the best? Tell me about it. But they're not doing that out of truth. And then the person kind of talks about it, but they already feel like they know the subject really well. But then they act like that person did well. I'll choose what you told me now. That's not what's going on in reality. I know it might make someone turn sick upside down from how shameful this is, and like it just breaks everything. The old man, the Creator, breaks us. This was never a good work, what we see there. Never any good. How quickly someone turns into wrath, though, if the slightest detail is messed up. Proves the first thing wasn't real in the first place. You know, like no mercy, zero mercy. Could be anything. Could be anything. Could be, it doesn't matter what the object or topic is, you know, the sins could be anything with the heart. Could be for anything. What do people speak about? It truly is a desert. Eating people up for dessert, I guess. The devil, flesh, destruction. They want to be gods and kings. This is manifested even worse in people that are risen up as powerful people. It's worse. It's easier to see. They won't ever believe what they're really doing, you know, that reality, what they're working, what they're doing, and why they'll never believe that. It's like, that's the abomination to them. And the people won't believe it because if they do, they'll be exposed. They don't care about the false prophet. They have to agree that he's good and not doing any kind of evil because of themselves. Because if that's true, then they're deceived, then they're doing evil, then they're blind. That can't be so. So it protects the other person because it's protecting itself first, and only first it makes sure it does that. Then it can look like it cares about someone. This creates an image that looks something like the real thing for an image. All the wickedness isn't going on inside. This is a nasty thing to be seeing, you know. We have to see it, though. This is an incredible trick. Just see so many pictures in my mind and experiences of that thing. So much. So it happens all the time. Someone violently protects another person. Why do they do that? Like, even just carnally, someone's attacking someone. Now some person, some friend, just viciously acts like they're pretending and protecting their friend. No, it's protecting itself. That's it. First. Then it can look like it's doing that. for someone else. That's not why it's doing what it's doing. It's protecting itself. It doesn't want to be exposed. It doesn't want any evil to be shown. It's hiding that darkness, protecting itself. It needs to attack and chew up, and wrath of the devil come out to destroy the good thing, to protect itself. I think I'm done now, but I guess one more thing I'll mention is just in sports too. It's insane how many times they get in fights and there's thousands of people watching. And that's not all. There's people watching that are not in the stadium. It's a lot of eyes, potentially all, even though not every eye is watching, but it's potentially all, They don't care. They're ready to rip someone's throat out many times. They would. That's why there's a dog pile, because they would literally beat themselves up to hospital or death every single time, period. That's why they stopped them. This is not a joke. It's like, just have fun. Yeah. And then the broadcasters sort of make it out to be like it's nothing. They're hiding it. It's wicked. They're seeing the devil come out, ready to kill someone in cold blood with everyone watching. That's what's happening in reality. Their heart is so full of wrath and hatred for one stupid carnal thing, each one blaming the other, and no one is ever guilty, ever. And they're ready to rip each other's face off. And the times and examples where they didn't stop in time, they start beating. Someone says that people are humble in boxing. These people are insane. They're beating the crap out of each other. They're wicked. It's all pride, 100%, every second. What someone does is it's not what's being spoken of. Do this, don't do this. That's not the point. Just seeing it for what it is. It's not good. But people say it's good. How blind were we not to see these little details, they're ferocious, they're real. They would literally kill each other so many times if they weren't stopped. Doesn't matter that 500,000 people might be watching. That's what blind is. It doesn't care. Little shame after, and then it covers up in lies. No, we're good. It's no beef. We're friends. We're good. Liars. They're just saying whatever they need to say to protect their image. They contradict all the time in the church world, in the world. All the time, records of contradictions left behind. Are you guys friends? Yeah, we're friends. Oh, yeah. A couple years later, were you guys ever friends? Oh, no, never. That's the kind of work going on constantly, that contradicting work. Just changing constantly, like the waves, like the ocean. Changing whatever it wants to change, whenever it needs to change to make it look good at the present time. It doesn't matter. Did you say this, Trump? Did you say this? You said this. No, I didn't. Wicked. I'm God, you little punk. I said I didn't say it. Therefore, I didn't say it just because I said so. Here's the recording. Shut up. I didn't say it. You're obviously blind and you don't understand. I didn't say it. Here's the recording. That doesn't matter. You're blind. I didn't say it. That's what's happening. They can't acknowledge the truth. If it makes their image look bad, now they didn't say it. Now they've shown this in the movies with relationships. Husband and wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, lying to each other all the time. That's all I've just seeing that clearly, more clearly than ever before. It's all it is. Never can tell the truth. Why is there such a resistance to telling the truth? I want to protect her. I want to protect him. Every single time it's about protecting someone. Every drama, every superhero, it's always about protecting. No, it's not. They're lying constantly. It's never what they say, ever. And yet that's what people do. It's always the same thing. I'm protecting them. No, you're not. It's your cover. It's your excuse for doing evil. It's why you said that. Cough it up and stop hiding it. Never do it. Even makes carnal people frustrated how people will play this secret thing constantly. Secret. I can't let them know. It's going to destroy them if I let them know. They're doing the actual destruction by not saying anything. That's the reality. It's frustration, with this work in mankind has to be overcome because it's frustrating to start seeing how consistent and bad it is. It truly is. It's like, come on, can you do any good? Please, just one time do good. Do a righteous thing once, just one time. None are righteous, no, not even one. How true that is. None are righteous, not even one. What does that mean? Who believes it? That means there's no one righteous that they ever considered that. That they're literally wicked. That means you're not righteous. You're unrighteous and wicked. Your heart is wicked. That's who you are. Did they consider what that means for self? That's what we are. There's no righteousness in us. Us, ourselves. I mean, we're wicked. We just do all these wicked things all the time. Sin. But that's not what that means in the church world. How can it? It doesn't mean that. It means something else, something other than the truth. Because anytime I've seen evidence for that meaning to get close to someone, they hate it viciously. So they have some other carnal meaning for that. They don't believe they're blind and unrighteous and wicked. That is the sin, not acknowledging it. He heals us for acknowledging the truth. Heals it. It's already there. But then you can say, I repented in the church world, and now you did the real thing by saying that. It's so tricky. And yet it's not tricky when he shows us, but it's crafty without him showing us. You need to do this savings thing. You need to do this. You need to do that. The image is that they care for you and want you to have a nice savings. Why do they desperately want to help you there? Because they want you to see you not trust the Creator in reality and love money. Never acknowledge it. Never, never, never. Family, don't matter. Friends, so-called people, anyone. They want you to do what they do, sin. They want you to have zero faith. They want you to have assurance carnally, which is breaking faith, which means they have no faith, but pretty easy to speak. They're not living by the Father providing. They're not living that. They're making sure, they're making sure they provide ahead of time because there's no faith, which will cause death, which will cause destruction, sin, confusion, because it's sin. It's not good. They want you to sin then. They do it more than once too. They come back at you again and again and again because they can't believe that the works aren't being done the same like they're doing. Can't believe that there's actual faith existing. They can't believe it. Why is someone so desperate to help someone? Someone should always ask every time. When someone looks desperate to help someone, why are they doing that? And if they're not a believer, the Father just has to show us the sin because it's already sin. That's mankind. It's already sin, just needs to be seen how and why. They don't want to help you. They want you to join their pornography and their destruction and their chaos. They want you to join their destruction. I'm blood brothers in the devil. Nasty, and they project this as some good thing. The Indian with the cowboy touching blood, it's an abomination. People are cheering for it. The pastors are so far gone, some of them are doing, or at least appearing to do that. Some of this known one, I guess that did this not long ago or something. Or even devils are calling out these pastors and saying they're insane lunatics. What a shameful thing. And they say some right things then when they do that, but they're getting off on. There's a reason why they're doing that, but still it needs to be said that darkness is exposing darkness. It's so bad. This happens when the contrast is so deeply sinful. It's like darkness sees something about darkness. It's that bad. It's a strange thing, but it's happening. And the reporters, they're like lustful to try to find dirt on them, for their own gain. And sometimes they'll end up saying some true things that they find, but they're not truth, though. They're not doing truth. They're not doing good. It's just that some of what they find is true. It's so bad. They've lost their mind. It's something to fear the Father. He makes they're gone. Some of them are frightening too, scary, looking to, pointing the finger at you. I read about pointing the finger, winking the eye, shuffling the feet. These are all wicked works because it's connected to what the heart's doing. That's why it points the finger, winks the eye, and shuffles the feet, bites the lip, because it's deceiving someone. It's lying. Can't hide it. Can't hide it. The Father's righteous. Mighty judgments. Can't hide it. Liars. It's incredible how many people wink their eye. It's a wicked work. There's a reason why it's happening. It's not about the literal winking of eye, and yet it is connected right to the real sin. It's one. It's one. It would be wrong now to teach, watch your heart, guard your heart, but go ahead and wink your eye all the time. Just start winking it. It's corruption. There's no righteous reason to wink at anyone. I don't know of any. Snakes do this. Guys, women, it don't matter. The more destruction someone's in, the more often they seem to do it. People, actors, famous people, they like to do that because they're so prideful. They think what they're doing is good, and it's literally an abomination and foolish. It's all about themselves. It's thinking about what people think of it all day long. That's it. How does it hide that? I don't care what people think about me. That's it. Done. God, I said so. You'll see the works of that when someone tells the truth. You'll notice the works. Prove it, not mouth, not with the words and mouth, empty words, honoring with the lips, heart is far from him. Someone that actually does what those words mean will be hated. It'll be noticed. They're not doing it because they're loved by many in the world of it. Don't you know that those that love the world are enemies of the Creator? We read that. Pretty powerful, simple. Those that are loved by the world, it's pretty obvious why that would be then. Those that love the world are enemies of the Creator still. Because this world is disease, it's darkness, it's death, it's evil. Cannot love this world in the heart and be of the Father. In the beginning, we don't see the real reasons and understandings for this. It's not making sense because we mostly still love it in the beginning. That's the truth. You could see no one can change their heart. They can't change where they're at. It literally has to be written in their heart, and they have to see from the Father himself and experience and judgment and tribulation and learning and growing through time. Cannot just say, I say the words and now you know. That never works like that. Even the natural picture says so. No clue, never touched an engine, never knows anything about it. Okay, here's the fix. I can fix the engine. I know everything about it. Done. Okay, do the works now. And someone swallows the apple. No, they can't. They can't do the works. They don't know what that means. So then saying the words doesn't change someone's heart. They have to go through it, just like every other believer, and grow and find out how bad this world really is and how good the Creator really is. It doesn't work to just dump doctrine or knowledge on someone and command them. It's evil. It never works anyways. They'll never do what it means just for hearing and now saying, okay, I'll do it now. It doesn't work spiritually at all. That's it. Heavy yokes and bondage that people love to do to others, put chains on them. Applying the truth will set you free to lies and carnality, and then saying the truth will set you free. Okay, you just they need to know that saying those words doesn't make someone righteous. And saying those words by itself doesn't make what they said true automatically. On the contrary, if they're lying, it's a strong judgment for doing that. They'll do more of it to come. You can count on it. You have to do more. You have to get worse as a sinner. They'll do it again and again, even more, as the Father hands someone over to their lust and sin to complete them for a judgment. Whatever light and power is snuffed from them, the lamp of the wicked is snuffed, burned out. So it's not worth it, because their light is fading. It's being destroyed, continually getting worse. And we're supposed to be increasing. There's nothing to envy in reality, although we have to overcome that. Because we read that, it's going to be a problem. We're going to have to learn and overcome it. Not to envy the wicked. Because what it appears they're partying, having a good time, all this stuff. And we're getting judged for the smallest, finest detail. Seems like it might cause some envy to tempt someone to envy the wicked way. But it's no good. It's a lie. It's an image. They're in destruction and they're getting darker every day. Father's judgments are strong. Strong is the Father who judges her. Come in spirit and see the judgment on the harlot. What do you think? Wow, this is the judgment in spirit. It's a lot of death. It can only be seen, all things, in and through his spirit. The real things, the true meaning, true understanding. I don't read to worship the Father carnally, physically, and make a show for it, but to worship him in spirit and in truth. And carnally is falsehood, spirit, and in truth. You don't work yourself up to praise the Creator. That's a delusion and a lie. Trying to mimic and masquerade whatever someone thinks that means. But when it's real, it's real. When it's sorrow, then it's sorrow. It's real. If there's some anger, then it's anger. It's real. There's rejoicing, then there's rejoicing. It's real. Different things at different times. Sometimes more of this, sometimes not. People talk about this happy stuff. to lie. It's a carnal, happy image where you take a verse and say this is what we have to be all the time, but they're talking about how to be that image. It's not who they are when they go to sleep at night. That's what they are when there's people around them for an image. It's not what they are inside. It's what they are outside. Now you have to conform to this thing. Rejoice. Again, I say rejoice, and it just becomes a delusion for someone. That doesn't mean agreeing to the words and saying the words, and then that's it. It's so shallow. This means something for real within that can't be faked, that can't be turned on and off like a switch. Someone does a lot of sin, they can't rejoice. They're in punishment, bearing their sin inside. That's what's happening. They can't turn on a switch now. They're not God. They can't turn the lights on like Motel 6 does for you. You know, what light? It's 6. It's death. It's carnal. 9 upside down, death. But 6, death, the carnal man created on day 6 has no light in him. But they'll turn the lights on for you. It's not about that. Just mocking the carnal man. We can't do that. You have to do what's real to receive what's real. If someone's in sorrow, they can't turn on a switch and say, joy now. If I smile and wave, that means that I'm doing the real thing. That's a deceiver if they're in sorrow, pretending to be happy. They're going to get more sorrow in destruction for doing that. It would have been the good, right thing just to be what you are and not lie to someone. And there's there's a pity on people too, the masses, that just being deceived by wicked religious leaders, taken. It's like just this pity. So righteous anger for what they're doing, deceiving and destroying people. Father's angry at the wicked every day. I wonder what that means and what it looks like. It's not what carnal man's wrath of the devil and anger is. That's not what it is. The only similarity is that it's anger. That's it. Same word. It's where the similarities end. This is a different anger altogether. It has nothing to do with carnal anger from man. Man's anger leads to wrath and wickedness. The Father has a righteous anger every day for the wicked. How could he not? It's always there. Even if we have joy, the anger is still there for sin and wickedness. This can't be understood unless it's given. One of the greatest evils is buying and selling in the temple and making his word out to be a money grab. It's one of the greatest evils. If it wasn't so, Messiah wouldn't have got angry and flipped the tables over. You've made this into a den of thieves, exchanging products, merchandise, and money in the temple. It's what you do in your heart. The temple. That's what he's saying. Inside the person, they're doing this in their heart. He's going to flip them over for doing that. It's a strong judgment for Judas to exchange Messiah, the Father, ultimately, in all truth, for some silver. Here's what happens to those people that do that. Did they learn from this example? That is going on inside them for doing that. It's not worth it. It's not a good exchange. Maybe Messiah is not allowed to be angry ever. Is that what the carnal man thinks? Because he only sees wicked anger. Now applied to a good image, to a good Jesus. Anger is always a bad image every single time. It's a bad image, therefore it's no good for an image. Must be evil what he did, so it's a stumbling stone. But there is a righteous anger that comes from above. Nothing's more frightening than that, because devil anger is just a bunch of carnal, wicked insanity. Although because of how wicked it is, it could slash people, and in that way you could say it's frightening, but Father's anger is to be feared. When someone shakes with their whole entire being for seeing sin, then they're starting to learn what the Father's anger is. When your hands are shaking from the evil going on right in front of you, and you're starting to understand something about the Father's anger, righteous anger. Because the blind carnal man doesn't hate evil at all. He never can do that for actual evil. He only gets angry because he's just getting exposed and something's not going his way. This has nothing to do with righteous anger, which is for actual wickedness going on, which has nothing to do with self and selfishness. It's actually out of caring and having this heart because of the evil going on. People would mistake that for being a coward because the image says, you're shaking. That's how it works. They're shaking inside. Cowardly inside, for real. They're with their being, who they are. How does someone prove that they have no fear? I mean, go and pick a fight with someone and show how strong they are. They're only doing that because they're incredibly weak. If they had strength, they would never do that. They would never do that in that moment. They had the Father's strength. Only cowards can do that. We have to overcome that, but that's the truth. It's so angry and in wrath and unforgiveness for all the things that happened over the years. It's waiting to unleash the beast, and it's incredibly insecure and void inside. So now it has to desperately show for an image how strong it is, to desperately cover how weak and cowardly inside the person really is. It's desperate to do this, to hide and cover. It hates the Creator so much, and everything that's true it hates so much that it's desperately doing this to hide who and what someone is. It just already knows how to do it. The bigger someone gets, the dumber and more carnal they get. You know, and some of it's to be laughed at the proper time because of it's just foolishness. Now someone is a giant muscle man, practically naked, people cheering on their insecurities and wickedness. It's shameful. And then when someone gets bigger than them, Arnold Schwarzenegger says, no class, no too big, too big. This happens all the time. When someone gets bigger than them, now they're too big. When that was their goal, to get as big as they can, now they're going to explain that it has no class. It's out of proportion, out of shape. Saying that all just because someone's bigger than him and he's full of envy that there's bigger than him that during his peak. It works like this for everything. People do this all the time about anything. When someone surpasses them carnally, they get envious. They really do. Breaks their records, they get envious severely. Insecure and envious. This is so much to be freed from. It's a freedom to be freed from this, where you have to do this evil all the time. You have to. A slave to it. The freedom that the Father gives us starts giving us through overcoming sin. Can't be compared with anything. And the more someone's being free, the more they understand the value and good of it versus what the evil thing is, that it's actually always been evil and not good. This grows. It's nasty. It's all, your mind is always on the carnal things in self and trying to beat someone constantly in something. Constantly. Smoking 24/7. Not good. The smoke of their torment goes up day and night. This is touching on why we read the smoke. It's spiritually smoking. It's steaming in rage and smoking. It's being consumed by the fire's the judgment, Father's judgment on sin. Fuels the fire and it smokes. Fire does cause smoke when you burn something. And Gehenna fire is smoking, and Gehenna fire from all the corruption and sin. The carnal mind is smoking. Not good. Or the lake of fire, destroying our old man with sulfur, brimstone, purifies. And sulfur itself naturally is a great cleanser for the natural body. It's like a detoxer. Detox works really, really well. The MSM sulfur. It's just interesting that that's true. This is fire's judgment to clean us, purge out the wicked and foul thing, the disease. The sulfur cleanses so that the body can work properly. Purifying, separating, getting rid of toxic poison, filtering it out. That's what his word means. When you go to some other book, when it speaks about fire, it means literal fire, not our Father's word about judgment. Although there's no difference with carnal eyes, they don't see how that's true. When some Quran or something speaks about burning people or torturing them or killing them or whatever, it really means literally that. That's all. And then there's such a strong delusion with divisions in this other thing over there, just like with his word also, but over there also too, where someone reads the nastier parts of the Quran or something to support their evil, and then some other guy that appears wise says some crafty thing to try to, it's just basically contradicting and undoing what that's actually saying. It's so messed up and confused. How could anyone ever have understanding without his sight and understanding and wisdom for his word to discern between good and evil and truth and lies? Father does give us a lot of hints to what the meaning is like so often. There's hints. There's hints in Revelation. There's hints in Matthew. There's hints. It just tells us plainly. Parables are about real things spiritually. But the parable itself literally is not the real thing. But whatever it means is the real thing. And there's no consistency in carnality, only contradictions. If a literal drop is what it's being spoken of to quench the torment of being burned forever in fire in the future by most people, then how come they don't consistently say that they're in Adam's bosom, literally, in his stomach or something? That would be consistently reasoning out the understanding consistently with the parable. Then these people are also inside of Abraham, literally. Well, no, that doesn't, we pick and choose. How do they know that? How do they know? They just pick and choose and take away and add whatever. They just do it according. How do they know? When it's that blind about something, now it should be trusted for when they say spiritual, it's just to do away or fix their problem. It never says that word out of understanding and meaning and life and truth. It's just to fix a problem or do away with something. The spiritual things are invisible to them. We never bring up so many simple things. Never brought up in the church world I grew up in. Never remember hearing it once that it might be a problem to be an everlasting covenant. And yet it's not everlasting, literally. No explanation, never bring it up. Just keep the sorcery going on, everyone. Was Jonah in the bars of the earth or something? Literally and forever? Just never bring it up. Which one is it? Does his mercy endure forever or does it not? Or does his torturing endure forever? So some understanding needs to be given there, because that's a literal contradiction that they never bring up. If his judgment is torture forever, then here's all the verses that contradict that. Now what? Here's where one chapter says his mercy endures forever, like 27 times, 30 times, however many it is. Every other verse is saying his mercy endures forever. Every other verse in the whole chapter. They never bring that up. That's the same word that they're using to prove their doctrine, right? Well, here's where it proves against it. Now what? Cancels it out. How could what they say be used for proof on forever? Here's all the verses that contradict it in scripture you never bring up. It says forever. Only on the righteous. Something like that would have to be done. No, it's speaking of the Father, who he is, his mercy, him, his. It's not speaking of people right there, which obviously is going to be connected to humanity because of who he is and what he does. His mercy always endures forever, doesn't it? What do they say to that? His mercy does endure forever, though. That's who the Father is. It's always going to be existing. It's to the age. It's to all the ages. It's always there. It's always going to be existing. His mercy will continue in the next age and the next. The old covenant, it wasn't so like that. To the age meant whatever period of time it meant. And many other scriptures can be put together and used rightfully to show that the Father's mercy never ends. Many, many other scriptures. His anger is only for but a moment. Evil passing away itself is saying it, and death being destroyed is saying it. Death itself being destroyed is saying there is no death. It swallows up everything. All that's death is died. When death dies, there's nothing but life then. And the lake of fire is cast in, is destroyed. Or how do we read it? Hades is cast into the lake of fire. It's destroyed. Death is destroyed. To conquer death and swallow it up with victory. It's interesting where we read there the quote from Hosea, wherever is it, Hosea? I don't know exactly, where death, I will be your plagues, death, I will be your destruction. But the apostle says it a little differently, and now that's a problem. This is reality. He's speaking in the spirit on meaning. He doesn't have to quote it literally word for word in order to be some kind of religious weird thing that you create. He's speaking on the very meaning of those verses. Speaking how he's been given. Remembering whatever he remembers. Didn't open something up and check it and now make sure to quote it word for word in the middle of speaking or doing something. Speaking on bringing out the meaning. It's what it means. When we read that, going back to the being death, I will be your plagues. It's speaking of, that's what it means. It's a victory over it. That's the meaning. But I did find out, there's there is no but what people call the Septuagint literally reads word for word like the apostle said, perfectly, 100%, which is an odd thing. And in Psalm somewhere, one of the chapters in Psalm, everything the apostle says, that few verses, their mouth is an open grave and all of that is word for word in Septuagint, in Psalm. But in the Hebrew text, it's not. Just a little part of what he said is there, and the rest is scattered elsewhere in Scripture. But it's exactly as the apostle says in these Greek Old Testament versions, word for word, identical to the writings in the New Testament writings, quoting or alluding to Scripture. It's identical. Multiple verses that can't be found anywhere in Scripture except what the apostle is saying and quoting from different places is like that. A bunch of verses, all of those verses are put back into the Old Testament in the Septuagint, word for word. It's obvious what happened. This doesn't happen in reality. Father's shown me. This is obviously was put back into it after it was done and somebody had it. Someone should be questioning everything. It's like, is there anything man has ever done that isn't in a lie in some kind of way? He's not quoting that. It's obvious what happened. Someone's quoting him and changed the Old Testament with the Greek thing there. It's a corruption. It's not in the Hebrew. It's not missing. It's not the Hebrew being violently corrupt, his word. It's the Septuagint being violently corrupt. It just lied about it. on what it really is. Just causes more confusion and just builds on confusion. I don't see any reason why Septuagint should ever favor, ever, automatically over the Hebrew, ever. The best it should be used for is just if there's a slight small variance or something, just to see what it says with other things. That's it. It should never be favored. Why should it be favored when it's all the evidence shows it's corruption and scattered throughout places? But that's just one blatant one. If that happened, if that corruption's so bad in there once, what else is in there? Obviously, whatever they say it is today is some kind of late work. Somebody took what the apostle said and put it in the Greek Old Testament. It's backwards. And then people will say he's quoting from it. No, he's not. There's no evidence for that. If that's proof he's quoting from it, there's also more verses that don't line up word for word than do. Then here's the proof against it. Now this thing can't be used for proof, yes or no. Can't be used for any proof because there's more verses that don't line up word for word to Septuagint than do. There it is. There's the contradicting thing. So how do people use that for proof now? It should be tossed out. It's not an argument. It's not a proof. Just condemned itself, contradicted. It can't be used now. Something else has to be looked at. But when that's all lies have, is something very thin that if you break through it, you find out there's nothing left. Just created, just made up. But each one needs to seek the truth from the Father and see whatever they need to be given to see themselves, though. But I can't unsee what he's shown me. And the evidence for his word even being preserved is amazing. There's literal evidence, but they just seem to hide it. The older Hebrew text, like 1000 AD or something, with the one few hundred years later, there's like hardly any variances, and they're all tiny variances wherever they are. Some spelling things just so far and few in between. Hundreds of years pass by, and this later one Hebrew text is like matching almost perfectly from a few hundred years earlier. There's real evidence that it's been carefully passed down when it's the right scripture text. And then looks like so often, eventually the originals get lost and destroyed. Maybe that's why the Father does that, because it requires some kind of faith for real. You can believe he did that. What we have is good and true. They don't seem to be wanting that to be believed in the heart. Their works are proving that, making people doubt. Lies blow up and spread when it's wicked. Like the rapture. It just goes back to like one person or something. That's it. As the main thing. Like it just explodes and spreads, and now it's like common. This is how all evil works. How does someone know when it's this or not? You test everything. Because that's how it works. It blows up at the proper time when it's lies and evil, and it just accepted as truth without even being tested. These other things are garbage. Not that there's no purpose or value and some kind of purpose for them, but putting it over what's good and true and making it look corrupt, and the other things look good, it's backwards. It's corrupt. it's corrupt. Accepting the truth doesn't leave room for people for power to create their own teachings and doctrines that makes men stand and shine in the light for all their work. That's what lies produce. The truth never produces that. Just saying it's the truth that it's been handed down accurately doesn't leave anything to the person and groups. The lie does. Then they can perpetuate their little delusion and get their worship in different ways, with spreading different lies and specializing in it. Truth never does this. Father's way never does or allows for that. And it all goes back to the Father for praise, not to self. It's the exact opposite of lying, which goes to self, for self-praise, self-worship, esteemed by men. Here's what we read in his word. Those that are esteemed by men are an abomination to the Creator. Those things that are highly esteemed by man. Highly esteemed means someone in their heart really loves and thinks well. Highly, in their heart. That right there is an abomination to the Creator. Pretty offensive to them, the carnal man. What's highly esteemed by man is an abomination to the Creator. It's highly esteemed. So much of what's going on, so much of what the religious leaders and scholars say and do, if it's highly esteemed by people, we're supposed to be watching out, at the very least questioning and testing it, because it's highly esteemed. It's not a good sign, because that's an abomination to the Creator. And truth is never an abomination, so it's going to be lies in there. It's part of why it's an abomination. This is amazing. It makes me smile. One person's salvation is another's rock of offense with everything. What's deeply despised by man is giving praise and pleasing the Creator. Yes, the most despised thing. That's seeking the true glory of the Creator. It's not an abomination, it's the opposite. People just read over these verses and it's like it doesn't mean anything. They never speak on what it means for reality in life, and not in like Star Wars, in this life. This really does mean people esteeming with their mouth, with their heart, with their being other people. And when many do this, this is not good. It's not supposed to be. That's the false way. They want their name on everything. Say, I did it, I created it. Truth is already truth. Man can't create it. He needs to accept that and seek the truth that already is. He doesn't create it. He doesn't create church, religion, truth. Seeks it from the Creator that is already true. And when we don't, we won't have it. Whatever we create will be an abomination and a lie in reality. Seeking the Creator and receiving truth from Him is not prideful. There's no room for boasting or going back to self, because it's not from self. It's being given in reality. That's humble to seek His things. And when He gives, it's humble. It's not a self-righteous, prideful work to do this, to do what's right. And people can't look at you and point at you as the God-man that's mighty and wonderful, because it's not ours. So every time there's something that is implying it's their own, it's already some kind of lie. Hiding that, never telling the people that that's what they do. We read, meditate on his word, meditate on his law, day and night. That actually means doing that. Does anyone ever think that just quoting the words doesn't mean we do it? It means it's going on in someone's heart and mind day and night. When they wake up in the middle of the day and when they go to sleep, that's what's on our mind, our Creator's things and his laws and what they mean. That this is reality. Becomes our only reality as the other thing fades away and dies. You know, those words actually mean doing. There's a real way to do this. Since we can't do it, we pray for how to do this and make us do it. So we can't do it ourselves. From self. The carnal mind is enmity towards the Creator. Why would he ever do such a thing? It all makes sense. Denial of self, denial of the old man. It's perfect. Makes sense. Through denial, then we can start doing. Wherever it lacks, you just ask. And he keeps doing the miracle. Never ask, never receive. That should be taught. Never ask, never receive. If you don't want to receive, don't ask. If we could receive without asking, ever, why on earth did Messiah teach it? It just, when it's a lie, it creates a worthless thing. It implies it's worthless and has no meaning, that you could do the opposite and still receive, which makes Messiah out to be a liar if you can receive without asking. If it's no big deal, this whole thing turns upside down and becomes very evil very quick. That's not the truth. The truth is we don't receive without asking. That's why we read it, to ask. And he'll not to be double-minded. Just believe that he'll give us what we need. A double-minded person is unstable in all his ways. We read that. Their works and what they do for being double-minded is unstable. Corruption. We read, wherever two or three are, their Father is right there in their midst. The Messiah will be there right in our midst. It's in spirit, which is real, which is like being right there. But to the world, he's hidden in the dark, secret place, in the dark, thick clouds of darkness, showing us. Thunderings and lightnings and some scary voices. People are afraid. We don't want this. Give us a king quickly. We're all going to die. We read that. They're afraid they're going to die. That's the requirement. If they died literally, there would be no way. This revelation wasn't given. The tree of life wasn't available spiritually at all until Messiah. That's why, part of why it's such a huge, big deal. The contrast of what happened, because this life wasn't available in the same way at all until then. There was no reality to dying for everyone's sins for someone that believes, and then dying with him and coming up alive. There was no spiritual reality until Messiah did this, until the Father did it through him. It was the natural man only, understanding natural things at best, and that's self-righteousness. No one can keep the law. Anyone that says you can just simply keep the law, read it and keep it is confused severely. We can't be believing that forever because it's not possible to keep his law from our own power. 1,500 years of Israel proved it. Utterly. They could never do what it meant in the heart. They never filled it up. They never fulfilled what it really means. It's a lot of patience the Father has for someone never doing any good works from the heart, but just carnally keeping the commandment. That's it. So Messiah fulfilled the law. He fulfilled what was never done in this way. It's a big deal. It's huge. Nobody was spiritual. No spiritual man existed and still doesn't. That's the point. Father makes us who we are. There is nobody of self that's good. But now there's at least a few believers in the world, though, becoming what we need to become. But there is no one of themselves. But before, there was no reality for even any believer in Messiah. He wasn't even born yet. She didn't make it available. Daniel is sealed up. Revelation is unsealed. That's how blind the natural man is. There was never anyone that kept the law in the heart, not even one, and what it really means. It can't circumcise the heart. It can't do what that means. So it just thinks it knows what it means, just skips it. It just doesn't think about it or skips it or makes something up about it. Circumcision of the heart is circumcision of the flesh. And then he's done. He walks off, tells people that, deceives them. Circumcision of the heart is keeping the law carnally only. No, it's not. It's a massive lie. Circumcision of the flesh represents keeping the law carnally. Can't say that's what the heart means now. The same thing as circumcision of the flesh. It's not what it means. The wicked heart has to be cut off, not just the wicked flesh on the outside. Now, all these real sins in the flesh, literal sins, require wicked heart to do first. That's what needs to be revealed. Therefore, someone can be in wickedness continually while looking pretty good, keeping the letter in the flesh. This is possible. Deceiving himself, though. If that were possible, why do we have the teaching from Messiah to deny ourselves? Why did he deny himself if he could keep it? Nobody asked the question in there. Is anybody home? Makes me question and wonder, is there anybody home? Or is that parable being fulfilled where 7 other spirits worse than the first come in because nobody's home? And it's swept in order and they're in vacation somewhere. And they're taken over by sin. And their latter state is worse than the first in the beginning. Why do we have to deny ourselves who and what we are utterly if we can keep the law ourselves by reading his word and just keeping it? So Israel had a problem for 1,500 years, but now man thinks they can do it again. They think it doesn't mean anything. Thinks he can do it now, that he's better than Israel and all the people for that time. Never fulfilled the law in this way. Now someone can. It's a lot of pride to think that they're better and different than thousands and thousands and millions of people over time. Is there something special about their flesh and better? Sounds like boasting. That's the question that came to my mind now, which is just amazing to me right at the moment. Denying self. You would never have to deny yourself if you could just keep it. That's what carnal man does. He doesn't deny himself because he believes he can keep it. The great trick with his word, even in his law. The sting of death, sin, the law of sin and death, the law of the Spirit through faith in his mercy and favor and Spirit. Father's righteousness gives us the power to do what's required in the law, and that's how it frees us. It's not our own works from the flesh. Without the Father, no power is given. It can't be done. He says, okay, go ahead and try. Live 70 years and try and see what happens. You'll be exposed someday that you never did it. But they don't believe that presently. It's part of the deception, is that someone dies, takes their last breath in deception. It's a scary picture. And they're in darkness and it's cold and they're all by themselves because all those people that worshipped it over the years was never real love. It was only a curse. And it's experiencing that curse and it's cold. Why do people shut people off when they get rich and famous and start going down real fast? How come all those cheering people that love it and it's acting as if it's got nobody in self-pity? Losing its mind, drugged out, destroying itself. It's got more people worshiping and loving it than so many other people. What's going on? Why is the opposite happening of what someone would think should happen? Why is Elvis Presley going down so strong if all those people loved him? Or did they just love the image that was created and not him? Because there's no way to actually love someone that's deceiving you and doing a lot of evil. Can't actually do that. Only the Creator knows why some go down and some seem to maintain staying alive literally for a long time. It should be known that it's a heavy curse, though. They're not doing good either. It's almost a mercy to die sooner, if that's going to be the case. But this is consistent. They're in destruction for getting all that worship. True way, it goes back to the Creator. Praise goes back to the Creator, not the person. That's the true way. It's all working together for truth then and good works. False way is worshiping the man, praising the man with the heart. This is committing adultery. It's fornicating with the Creator spiritually because we worship in spirit and truth. So someone worships another person. It's what their heart, their spirit is doing, their mind. That's fornication. It's the real fornication in heaven. The drunkenness is in spirit. It's to be spiritually drunk. Something like being drunk. They're spiritually out of their mind, never making any sense even. Teaching lies for truth. Ignoring things and turning away from truth and evidence and, being confounded, it goes insane. It's like being drunk. Someone thinks that's funny, it's not. They're getting drunk because they're in destruction. It gets us out of that destruction, out of our mind. And, like, what happened? Tell me what happened. Tell me what happened. What kind of damage, what kind of shameful thing did I do? Please tell me. And everybody laughs. Or someone attacks someone and the person gets real angry. Screw you, man. I was drunk, man. I was drunk. And then the other person makes it look like they understand, like, yeah, it's like me too, he's thinking. I've done that. I get it. Then they show this false compassion when they're not supposed to do that. Now they show an understanding, mercy. Oh, that's okay, he's drunk. Okay, I back off now. I back off. I like it that he's drunk like me. I won't say anything now. And right before that, I attacked him, made fun of him. But now he says, I was drunk, man. Now I understand and keep silent, make myself look like I care, but I actually don't care. That's backwards. Staying silent. Seen some nasty things in the past on YouTube, even nasty, dangerously nasty. People are connected to people's deaths for their fame and fortune, sacrificing people, even if not directly. Then they have to violently act like what that person did, which was obeying what they said, telling all its fans like something about my location and coming to my location, and somebody ends up doing it. And then that person trashes them in real life. Then the person tells everyone what happened and is devastated because that person that they were looking up to falsely trashed them. Then the news gets to the original person that said to do this, makes it sound like everyone that does that is wicked and rapist and vile, sexual deviants and creeps, when he just said to do this. Now anybody that actually does it, what's threatening his image, now they're wicked because the person killed themselves because of what they did. Man, that's a serious judgment. Someone should pray, to never fall like that crazy hard. I mean, that's a serious, serious judgment sin. Defends itself still defends itself as if it didn't do any wrong at all, zero. It says now that the people out there are creeps. You guys are fools for believing me. That's what the person has to do. This is done all the time too. You idiot, why did you believe me, you moron? Freaking tricked you, man. Tricked you, you retard. Don't ever forget, carnal man, that you did that first to try and deceive people and want people to believe what you say. But now when his image is exposed, that now everybody else is stupid and retarded and wicked for believing the person that originally did this. Crazy. They can't dump their sins on anyone. It's what they're trying to do. It's not working. Get it off me, get it off me, get it off me. Can't do it. They have to live with that guilt every day. They can't actually take it off. Delusion is thinking you can. only through repentance. What's the difference? Someone's heart and what someone does inside their heart. That's the difference. This is all real. Could be sitting in a chair and one person's in serious sin and another repents, asking for real forgiveness from the heart. And then there's forgiveness and life, and the other person's in destruction, and nothing was physically done different. So all the difference. That sick heart doesn't want to do that, though. It needs mercy. The Father has mercy on whom he has mercy, compassion on whom he has compassion. It's not old news, Old Testament, old garbage. This is true today. Those words are true today. They're living words. Messiah said, live by every word. There was no New Testament when he said this. Live by every word. It's for a believer to believe and do. What word? His word. It's all that's ever been known as his word, before there was even a New Testament writing, which is not to say that's not his word, but I mean, this is just making a distinction because of the church world's deception with the New Testament. It likes to hand pick and cherry pick a few verses in the New Testament to create its doctrine deceitfully, ignoring everything else as if it doesn't exist. Ignoring all of his scripture, all of his word. Did they not know that the Trinity was false until the New Testament writings or something? This was never taught in his word. It's a lie. Not even the Pharisees believed in the Trinity, did they? No, it got worse. Not even they believed that, even though they were snakes. They still didn't even believe that. They claimed into believing in the one creator. Did they believe in a Trinity? I don't know if anybody believed in the Trinity, hardly, in Jerusalem back then. I don't know. I don't think most of them would have. And still, yet their hearts were far from him. So then the confusion is like what Islam has truth where Christianity doesn't, where they say there's only literally one creator, but they obviously reject overall what Christianity says because they know that what they say is not one creator, but three. You can't get around it, but Christianity thinks it can get around that thing. You can never say one creator in reality. It's a delusion. It's three gods, three creators. How can you say there's only one when Messiah is God the creator also? How can you say he's not the creator now? These three are one. That's how it fixes it. Lies. They got something right that they don't have right. That's how the Father humbles people. Even though they don't get humbled, it's like it still happens anyways. They'll find it will. It'll all be revealed someday. It's all for a purpose. It's going to be extra shameful. Extra shameful. It's shameful now. The good thing is being put to shame now is good. That's the only way we get truth is being put to shame here and there a little bit, being wrong on something, repenting, or not knowing, and just being ignorant. He shows us truth, or in something evil we did and slipped up, and he shows us, and it's shameful. There's no shame or fear in the wicked. It just keeps doing. The difference for a believer is we get caught and we know it. And we have to repent. The fool's back just keeps getting beaten. It doesn't notice it because it's drunk. It's got all these marks and beatings, but I don't know what that's from. I don't feel anything like I read. We read deadly accurate scriptures on getting drunk and the little bubbles and things in the wine swirling. Even this is worship. It's such a strong thing. Items, things, alcohol. People love. That's what idolatry and worship is with idols, and it could be anything. Could be anything. Give a little drink to him who needs to numb his pain and forget everything. That's what it's there for. Pretty open and simple and revealing the way we read it. The bubbles sparkling in the cup, swirling in the cup, tempting someone. I've seen someone carnally command never to even drink a tiny bit ever. No alcohol ever. They commanded that. Sounds ultra righteous, doesn't it? It's a big lie. It's false, evil, carnal command teaching. None at any time. Don't do that at any time. It's not about doing a little or not. That's for each one, to do truthfully. Deal with and ask the Creator what's right for them. But this is a command to never at any time have any. That's a lie already. Even if someone doesn't drink at all, it's still a lie. Doesn't matter. Even if someone doesn't have a little bit, it's still a lie. Just called Messiah a liar too. Just called him a sinner. Blind. Can't do that without calling Messiah a sinner. Just to call the Father a sinner and a liar. There's no teaching in Scripture like that, to command like that, to never have even just a little bit sometimes or something. That doesn't exist. Ultra righteous. We read, don't be overly righteous, like lest you be destroyed. Some kind of negative thing, actually. We don't know what that means until he shows us. Because how can someone be overly righteous? Isn't righteous good? No, that's not the meaning, though, there. Overly righteous is through self-righteousness, creating things that are lies, going way hardcore, into self-righteousness, creating your own things. That's how someone can be overly righteous. You're going to go way too far into some extreme. This doesn't mean actual righteousness being overly actual righteous, because actual righteousness is always righteousness. That verse doesn't mean overly actually righteous, because righteousness is always righteousness if that's what it is. This has a meaning to it, and it's not speaking of actual righteousness right there. It's in a negative sense, obviously, a sin to be overly righteous. It's going to some carnal extreme that's not righteous. Is the Father overly righteous and doing sin because of it, because he's so perfect and righteous? Maybe he's overly righteous and it's a sin. No, that's not it. Doing the Father's will is overly righteous to those that hate him. That'll be overly righteous. And evil judgment will be claimed. Oh man, what world do we live in? What reality do we live in? This, the kids are smoking. The Creator is so close and yet so far from people. We read something about so close just from saying with your lips, with your mouth. That doesn't mean some kind of carnal meaning there that only lines up with truth always. Someone could create a teaching out of this that if they just say the words by itself, now the Creator is near. That's not what it means. Anything that's said with the mouth has to come truthfully from the heart. It's connected to the truth, to the heart. We would never be able to speak if we had to explain every single, you would be like just explaining yourself, every little detail, every word constantly, just speaking out of understanding and truth. When he says that, he knows what it means and where it's coming from. It's not his problem now because a bunch of people twist the word. Doesn't make him a liar for understanding and someone else not understanding, or anybody that says it, anything in his word that's true. The Pharisees' lack of understanding at all isn't Messiah lying. It's not Messiah lying automatically because they didn't understand. Things become a given over time, like it's a given that something means that. It just is. It's just what he does. Then we understand it, where it comes from and what it's meaning, and it becomes a given to us. It's like the commandments never going away should be a given, but it's not. But then it becomes a given. How could it have been anything else? How could the commandments disappear? How could it be anything else? And yet that's where we were. Didn't know, didn't see. Individually saying some commandments disappeared, but on the whole, all of it disappeared or was nailed to the stake. All righteousness was nailed to the stake. Now it's just a bunch of talk and worthlessness and a bunch of sin. It's the devil's doctrine, man. Nailed to the stake. That's right up from the devil. It's from evil, darkness. It's creating doctrine spiritually that lines up with its heart. It's lawless and hates the commandments in the heart and what it means. Creates doctrine that means what its heart is doing already and loves. Lawlessness. It's what that doctrine means, nailed to the stake. Lawlessness in the heart. It's what it secretly means. That's why someone holds on to it dearly, viciously, desperately, because beyond that is a lot of sin. It's covering their sin, they think. Covering their sin. There's nothing deeper. It's just a cover. It's shallow, thin cover. That doctrine getting exposed, or this doctrine here getting exposed, is because it reveals nothing but sin under it. It's shocking, amazing. This could be done all kinds of different ways, but it ends up being the same spiritual thing. I guess I was wrong about ending the video earlier. That's not surprising. I didn't know for sure. Might as well speak until daylight comes and not get any sleep. truly is no fellowship with darkness and light. It just doesn't work. It really doesn't. It can't be so. There's nothing to speak about. It'll be in disagreement and enmity instantly. It's become a nasty thing to me that full. It's your opinions. I don't know if that's ever said ever, except to justify someone's things and throw down someone else's, but then the other does the exact same thing. Just says that so that it bypasses truth, doesn't believe truth exists, but opinions only exist in this world. Someone has to make sure and tell someone after they say something, but it's your opinion, and then the person doesn't like it that was said to them, but they do the same thing themselves. Why don't they like it? Because it's totally throwing away what they said. Because it said it to throw away what they said, that it's not true, that it means nothing, because it's going against what they say. That's why it's said virtually all the time. But then someone else will do the same thing that they don't like done to them. Messiah didn't have any opinions. Do we read he had opinions and taught opinions? It's an abomination. It needs to get buried. Either we have the truth or we don't. It shouldn't be opinions for truth, and it shouldn't be opinions for lies. Either we have the truth or we don't. Either it's good or it's evil. What's this opinion thing? Okay. Opinions, say it, I guess. Can be said, it's said a lot, said everywhere. Opinions isn't truth. It should be say it all they want. They can say it all they want, but it should be exposed that opinions aren't truth. Opinions are based on not knowing anything at all. That's what an opinion is. It doesn't know. It's not truth. Truth is not knowing. Knowledge knows. Not knowing is destroying his people for a lack of knowledge. Opinions don't know. Can't call it. That's why someone calls it opinion, because it's not truth. They're saying it's not truth. It's the same thing as saying it's not truth. It's an opinion. It's your opinion. It's not truth. It's not truth that stands, that's always true. Nobody brings up that opinions aren't truth. Say opinion, but at least if you're going to say opinion everywhere in life with no discernment, somebody out in this world, then at least say the truth about what an opinion is, that it's not truth at all. It's an opinion that varies and changes constantly between people. There's no such thing as 50 things all varying and different and divided, and all of them are true. That's 50 different contradicting opinions that obviously something's wrong with, and it's not true, because truth is not divided. Messiah is not divided. Whatever is true is not divided and contradicting itself, fighting against itself. So opinions are not truth. It's just an opinion. It's a confusion. It's a guess. It's what someone says they believe, but it's not truth. That's how I see opinions get used the vast majority of the times I've ever seen it. Tell someone that what they said is not truth. I don't see any difference. Those who seek to do the Father's will know. true doctrine, true teaching. It's Messiah's teaching. If you do this, you will know. It's a big if. Those who seek to do the Father's will, seek the Father's glory, will know. It just will know. When it's given, it's known, and it's given. It's something like a friend saying to you with words, "This is the truth. Here it is. I am giving it to you." And then the friend goes away. And now the person is not confused about what they were told. It's not a trick. It's not a game. It's a lie. It was given. That's how Messiah was given. That's how the Father taught Messiah. He didn't get understanding from just reading like everyone else in the world. No one else knew the Father except the Messiah at the time, the only begotten. The only one born from above, from his birth even. He's born from above, filled up with the Father's Spirit and the full. He's hearing from the Father, seeing from who the Father is, hearing. As the Father gives command, he does. He's not doing his own will at all, zero. That's the perfect way. I mean, this is the example of Messiah left for us to follow. But he was the perfect example. And Messiah didn't break the commandments as the perfect example, but there's a bunch of teachings in the way that if you believe them, it's bearing the truth. And if you break through one of them, there's another teaching in the way. And if you break through that, there's likely another one. In people's mind, that's how it works. That's how lies work. There's layers of deception. If you see something, or if you break through one thing, there's like a protective layer of lies, just in case you do. Then you'll get sucked in by this, and if not this, then this. So buried by this world, buried by the enemy. And his truth is buried. The kingdom of heaven is hidden. It's like being buried and hiding. Who sells everything they have to buy a field that has a box underground with a little treasure in it, a gem, pearl? But the point is, on the pearl is representing the valuable things that can't be compared with money and literal pearls. But that's what his truth is like. Like gold, pearls, rubies can't be compared, like we read in Proverbs. It's something like that, into that this lower thing is pointing to it, and it's no comparison. Very valuable, sort of like the natural thing. To seek the natural thing is to do away with the Creator and not know him and have him. So, kingdom of heaven is hidden from the sight of the blind. Seek and find. Those who knock The door will open. Those who seek, they will find. Period. No failures ever for those that do it, that actually do what that means. How could something so powerful and simple not be done by this world on just a grand scale by most? I'm so confused and lost. How is something so simple buried utterly? Powerful promise and simple buried. Strong delusion to be that buried when it's that simple. Pride is in the way. Pride is blinding. He resists the proud. Teaching someone to be prideful is teaching them to be destroyed. But it's not going to be done openly like that most of the time, where they're like teaching you, here's how to be prideful. It's just that the teaching and works are prideful, and they're teaching you to do that. So in reality, they're teaching someone to be prideful, but they won't talk like that. But the teaching or works are exactly that. Why did Messiah say, are there not 12 hours in the day? He's teaching something incredibly important and powerful that's connected to everyone. What that heart does. Darkness doesn't work in the daylight. It only works in the night. It never is what it really is. It never shows itself for what it is in the light. It's a masquerade, hiding and only working at night when no one can see what they're doing. That means what they do and tell you is never who and what they are and what they really believe in their heart. They sell you the lie. Messiah is not speaking of the sun, moon, and stars literally, 12 hours in the day, talking about the literal creation or something, even though the creation is connected in that it's teaching truth. But that's not why Messiah is saying 12 hours in the day. It's supposed to only work during the day, as Messiah did and did not do in the night. There's a way to do this with the heart, as the heavenly understanding. He spoke openly, absolute truth with no intention for hiding it. None. Zero. Messiah is not a deceiver because someone doesn't understand and doesn't want to do what's right, doesn't want to deny themselves. That doesn't make him a deceiver. He spoke out in the open and hid nothing with the wicked heart. He wasn't speaking something that he was not and did not believe himself and know is true himself. But darkness, working in the darkness, is speaking all the time what you are actually not and do not believe yourself, your very own words. That's a worker of the night, spiritual darkness. The day is for working the Father's works. Night is for sleeping, resting from works. So that's, when robbing and stealing and killing and murdering is going on in the night. That's the understanding spiritually. You can work in the night while the sun's shining on your face, because the meaning is something like light and darkness, but it's not the meaning, literal light and literal darkness. So someone is doing works of darkness continually during the day, literally, That's what's happening. The flesh profits and proves nothing by itself. It's supposed to be lining up the natural and spiritual, but because of this understanding between spiritual and natural, it doesn't have to line up. It doesn't line up so often. That's what man does, the mixed thing. That doesn't line up. Even when someone goes to sleep at night, there's meaning and reason for it. And you wake up in the day, there's meaning and reason for it, and not instead of waking up at night and going to sleep at day, work all, what is that? Sleep at the backwards thing, the phrase. Sleep at day, work all night, or party at night, or. So then you don't have to be partying and staying awake all night, because that's not the actual spiritual meaning. Because the real heavenly thing is first, what it means in the heart. But if someone does touch it, it seems like most of the times it's just going to be about the literal daylight. That's it. Most people never touch it, never hear about it. Most of Messiah's teachings are never spoken of, not even carnally spoken of. And if they are, usually some kind of abomination is attached to it, carnal. Never bring up so many things that Messiah has said. It's astonishing. There's a way to even read in the church world, and it's just a glazing over. There's no clue, no seeing anything. You could read the words and it doesn't do anything. It's not registering anything. It's like they're not even there. It really is like going in one ear and right out the other. The word comes to someone, and a bird plucks the seed and it's gone. You look up at the sky and say, it's gone. It's gone. See that reality? Pretty stunning. Some fall in shallow ground. Because of its shallowness, it sprouts up quickly, but it's also why it dies. Some fall in the wayside and just don't even sprout, just get plucked. Some fall and grow with the weeds, and the world chokes it because it loves the world and the ways of the world, and it kills it that way. Some fall in good ground and keep growing and maintaining life. Messiah is speaking about absolute truth and reality, and who's in charge of where it falls. Is man in charge ultimately where it falls? No, he's not ultimately in charge for that, but there is a connection in the part that we do, still accountable for what we do, still kill people. I've heard it said one time before by somebody in this world, that there hasn't been a single believer until this recent generation, until they were born. It's funny how that works. There's been no believers for the last 1,800 years, not even one, or 1,700 years, something like that. Until obviously me, till me, I'm speaking, I'm a believer, I must be the person saying, that's what their mind is doing, heart. No believer until self was born. That's incredible pride. How does someone know that? 1,700 years, no believers? Why are they doing that? 1,700 years, not even one true believer that ever lived. Until self arrived. Goodness. That's incredibly prideful. Shamefully prideful. Of course, the proofs that people have, never any kind of proof. It's crazy. If they're expecting to see believers in the newspaper or in history or something, they're blind. As famous people that did a lot for society and the world, changed it for the better. It's not going to happen. No believer made this world better. They're a curse. They made it worse. They're the weeds that are in the way that need to get plucked up at the end, says the devil. And we'll find them. We'll kill them, says the devil. We'll weed them out so we can do that. And everyone else will worship the devil and say he's the true God and creator, like they always have been in the heart. But now it's going to be manifested at the end and proven by the creator that this is always what it's been since the beginning. When the enemy said, you shall be as gods, you shall be like gods, like Elohim's. Just in your mind and heart, you will believe this, you shall be that. Rise up in pride and replace the creator right from the beginning, that it's always been like this. Manifested at the end of something that's always been true to overcome. It seems pretty obvious to me that it's going in this direction constantly. Anti-Messiah spirit wants to be worshipped as a God. It's the final utter rejection and proof of hating the creator and being blind and saying that the devil is everyone's God. How quickly they can put that together now with such a tiny world. Powerful tools of deception. One good giant delusion and everyone will buy it instantly. It's pretty freaky if it actually ends up being just like we read. People are going to believe the Messiah has actually come. Is that the final grand illusion? And it's not the true Messiah. Seems to be so. That's what it would look like if it manifested spiritually. What I see spiritually, that's what it would look like. Worshipping man as God. The anti-Messiah God man. The God of gods. Daniel. Greater than any other God before it. in his own mind. That's what the carnal mind is, though. He's greater than all the other gods. That the devil says also to them, you shall be as gods. Everyone's a god. But each individual is greater than all the other gods. The gods, the different gods and categories of gods that pour out carnal blessings to people. That's the frightening thing, is it's real. If someone wants to be heavily carnally rewarded, there's a way that guarantees it, at least for a short time, to some kind of degree. You have to do even greater sin and a greater abomination to secure it and go into heavier destruction, though, death. And they will get those carnal goods and a little bit of fame, and a little more money and women and whatever they want carnally. Then the billionaires say that God has blessed them. It's confused. They're not talking about the Creator. They're talking about the devil when they say God has blessed them. It's just a quick cover for the image. Something's missing in my life for an image. Just mention God every now and then. Okay, got it. Feel a little naked. Say God, say God. Okay, covered. That's incredibly evil. Scary thing is that's what I see, though. I've seen people get worried, then they just start talking about God all of a sudden for a little bit, then it seems like they're okay after quickly saying some things. It's the strangest thing. It's like maintaining its image. It's like maintenance. You know, you need to do maintenance and service to serve self, to project the image. Instead of serving the Creator, it serves itself. I reward myself. I deserve this. I'm God. I'm going to do this for myself today. I deserve it. The Creator's the only one that does that. It's a God work to do for us to do that. It's a prideful work. And God deserves the whole world at all times. You deserve it. You only deserve the best after this woman did nothing but deception and adultery and wickedness to the man. The man's going to say she deserves the best. Okay? That woman's not going to be able to love that man, that's for sure. That's a promise. Whatever it looks like, it isn't real. They love using each other, love carnality and lust, but it's not real love. Not when it's doing those works. Not when it's telling someone that's sinning all the time that you're doing good and deserve good. Father gives a woman to the sinning man to judge him by, trap him by, control him as a punishment. They become a slave to themselves and to somebody else. The only good true way is the true way for marriage, then that's the only blessed way. And if not, it's not a sin, and if someone does it all by itself, it's not a sin. But Messiah didn't get married, but it's not a sin to get married. So, but it seems to me the more perfect thing not to be, if that's what someone can do, if that's what the Father gives for a gift. But it's no sin in getting married by itself. The apostle didn't seem to be married. This devil, snake, and hypocrite that so many say he is, they don't have a clue. Sick what they do. They don't know what sacrifice is to do good. Just casually saying some wicked snake and lawless person never did a single work that the man did, that the Creator did through him, claiming that. Nobody can do that without saying Messiah also was lawless and wicked. The body is one. If someone sees that an actual believer is wicked and lawless, that's their discernment for the works and who someone is, and it was a believer, they just called the Father, Messiah, and all believers wicked and lawless. That's what they will believe and think about, all of them. That's how one the Father makes them all. Not just one, that's a deception. It's all of them, if one. Their discernment's that bad. It's that bad on all. But it goes back to the Father and not the person. But it would be true for all. If someone even remotely understood some of what we're reading, they would be trembling in fear and shame, foaming out of their mouths for what they're doing. If they understood even 1% of one page that we read that the apostle said, they'd be shaming, they'd be foaming up in shame, sweating bullets for what they're doing. He's talking about their sins, that's what he's doing. Talking about what they can't see. It's unbelievable. Many seem to do this. It's one trick, one trap, one delusion, stumbling stone. Desperate too. This is what desperation does for anything. It becomes blinder than blind when it's desperate. It'll use scripture in an extraordinarily twisted way to prove its own things with partiality to the extreme. Because the apostle said he's the chief of sinners, he's lawless. That's what they do. Take their own reasoning and standard, and they just condemn themselves and all his word, but they can't see that. I don't know anyone that wasn't the chief of sinners, that isn't the chief of sinners. Who do they think they are? Not the chief of sinners, righteous or something? So just acknowledging the actual truth on who and what man is and self is a bit violently evil to these people. Destroys people, causes division, scatterings, Even with his literal word, it does this. They love destroying people and not seeing actual good, only a lack of any belief and trust and faith. It also just implies the Father's stupid and doesn't know what he's doing and is evil. Likes tricking people. You have to find out which books are true and which aren't. Can't be known at all ever by anyone except the person saying which ones they are and which ones shouldn't be. These know, everyone else doesn't. Even putting it to, with this delusion, the apostle creating the church world system, that's so laughable. It's so laughably wrong and stupid and evil. Did the exact opposite of that, following Messiah, because nobody in Messiah creates the church world system. No one ever did in Messiah. It's incredible how many scriptures they leave out, how many words and pages they leave out, even his writings they leave out, because once again, none of his word can be broken. Leave out all the many scriptures touching on actual wickedness and sin and how evil it is. Over and over it's being said. But now teaching people to sin because of grace or something nonsense, it's incredible. Grace is taught with Abraham. It's always been truth. It's always been taught as the truth. King David didn't die for committing adultery, did he? He should have. It's called favor, grace. It was being taught naturally through the flesh as a teaching, spiritually. Always been true, but it was never in reality until Messiah. In reality, they were still under the law, but the favor and grace of the Father's always been taught. It's only by that that Noah was saved. It wasn't because he was doing something good of himself. Found favor in the Father's eyes. That is the Father's favor. Having mercy on whom he has mercy. It's always been the truth. It's also true that those that have his favor start keeping his commandments. That's always been the truth. It's never been a different teaching. It's just that it was in flesh only manifested. It's never been a different teaching than Abraham's seed for the kingdom. It was just flesh only first. It's always been the same teaching. There's always been Jews and Gentiles, or his people and the nations and Gentiles, and there still is today. It's always been a true teaching. It was just flesh only. Literal seed of Abraham are believers of the kingdom, and those that are not are not. That's all they could understand. It was a big deal, but it wasn't a big deal in reality because of itself, but because of what it always meant. Temple was a big deal, not because of itself, because of what the temple represents and means in heaven, that the person is even the temple that the Father dwells in. When the reality comes, the shadow fades away. It was never about the temple by itself, never teaching that it is the thing literally, but always what it means that they could not see. Otherwise, they wouldn't build temples. That's what carnal man does. When he builds temples, it proves that he's carnal and doesn't understand. Even though he quotes, "Ye are the temple," he still doesn't understand. And the Spirit of the Father was manifested as he did. The glory manifested in the temple, the Holy of Holies. But there's a reality to this in heaven and in his people now. We don't go and build this temple now and go backwards to what pointed to the true that is available and real today. The copies of the true heavenly things, like we read in Hebrews. That is the point. The natural man doesn't understand his word, even though he uses it. Isaiah 66. Whoever was reading that back then didn't understand what it truly meant spiritually. Otherwise, they wouldn't see only the value as being a literal house for the Creator and a temple. That wouldn't be the understanding. It would be understanding its true meaning. Therefore, not making the lower thing it's the only thing and higher thing. But that's all that's all the natural man understands. Nobody could understand his word and what it means for the heart. That's what religion is. It's exposed. The Creator does it himself, utterly. Carnal Jerusalem, he exposes it. Teachings never go away. They were always true. It's the people that are carnal and wicked. And they got destroyed. And Jerusalem is called spiritually Sodom and Egypt. Why would we read that in Revelation if this wasn't true? What do they say it means? Egypt and Sodom is always, it's a known thing that it's referring to something not good. Sodom, Egypt. It's pretty obvious in Scripture. And Jerusalem is that spiritually. Which Jerusalem? Natural Jerusalem. Carnal Jerusalem. That honors him with their lips, but their heart is far from him. That's the same many called of Jerusalem spiritually, if you will, now, today. No different. The many called that hate his commandments in the heart, that don't keep them. Just like the many called hated the commandments back then, literally, and didn't want to keep them, didn't keep them. It's the same people. In the heart, same. It's a lot of money that goes into the buildings too, and maintenance when it's all added up. Suppose that could have been used for a little bit of something else. It's especially shameful to use all that money and time and resources to build a building where the Creator doesn't even exist. Says so. Not in there. His spirit glory from that temple left the building and Jerusalem got destroyed. But now to be in his people, the true way, leaving the old behind, leaving that temple, the glory of the Father there, left before it got destroyed. I suppose the Father could manifest that however he chooses. Only the high priest could do some things that nobody else could. That high priest is Messiah. He's the only one that has entered the true temple, because the high priest is the only one that enters the Holy of Holies, like we read. Nobody else has. Nobody else can. That's why Messiah says, I go where you do not. You cannot go where I go. Nobody's ever resurrected and went to heaven and been glorified except Messiah. They're dead until the resurrection. Scriptures say so plainly, that only the high priest enters the Holy of Holies. If that's a copy and shadow of the true, then what is Messiah? And he's there, the right hand of the Creator, the true. Whatever the fullness of that must be. But that's what we read. That's what happened. And he gives us his Spirit. Now he's the sacrifice for every spiritual wickedness and sin that the heart does. There's more deeper understandings for me to see myself with why we're reading all that. It's not just for no reason. Everything the Father does, it's deep and connected with reality and has tons of meaning. So always showing more meaning and understanding when we seek more understanding. But Messiah did only die once, though, like we read. And somebody that considers him a common thing and does great blasphemy. It's a pretty rank sin, rejecting the only truth that can save them from their sins. Common thing or unclean thing. It's a big deal spiritually. It's a big deal. It's a strong judgment. It's amazing things in Hebrews. The Father didn't leave us without some kind of word on these things to able to know and read and have and ask for understanding on it. There's something true about what animal sacrifice is right now, but it's something like the true, though. That's what he gives us to see. That sacrifice, dying for the sins. Something's happening when someone sins. We don't go to the building where God dwells, the Pope, the Holy of Holies, and ask him for forgiveness. That's to deny all truth. That is wicked. It's an abomination to trust man as if he's God, as if he saves people, and you can't be saved outside of him like they want you to believe. You can't be being saved outside of them. You have to be part of them some way, shape, or form and their system. Messiah is the high priest, and he's the mediator of the new covenant. And he's the one we follow and no one else. No man on earth is our teacher, following spiritually and obeying and worshiping. Follow Messiah. How was this shown? Shepherds shepherding their sheep. taking care of their sheep. Messiah did that work with the disciples. He's doing that now with people, whatever they're given to do that, if that's what's given to them. Sheep sick, someone notices. Sheep sick in the harlot, they don't care. That's the goal. Keep you sick and dead. Hireling doesn't care for its sheep. It's a hireling. It's just using everyone. It's literal spiritual fornication and sex for lust, just using everyone for its own gain to rise up self. Doesn't care, doesn't know what sickness and disease is. It is disease. They don't know what they do. Maybe the Father will never forgive them, ever. I guess Messiah had that heart, but not the Father. Not the Father. Messiah wouldn't do that to everyone, most people, for all eternity, but the Father, something else completely. It's a little backwards. Nobody is anything without the Father. Messiah has this heart because of the Father. That is the Father speaking through Messiah. That is him, his character, his image. Forgive them. They don't know what they do. This will never happen, ever. No hope for them. Even though that what they do is violently evil, it's still. How much should sin be punished before it's, corrected? Forever? Did it sin forever? Doesn't seem like a righteous judgment. I mean, if it sinned forever, then I guess the punishment would be forever. See how that would be just and righteous? You'd have to sin forever for the punishment to be forever. It's not even possible. The chief of sinners, just a few, but the other chief of sinners, he can't do anything with ever. Never can change them. Dashes the stony heart of believers now, but he can't dash the stony heart of other people later. Never, ever. So says most of the harlot. They imply that. It's what they really believe. It's what their doctrine means. It's what hell means. Just supposed to make someone carnally afraid so that you join the church world and do as many carnal good works as you can to go to heaven or something. It's not the understanding. That tactic's been used for centuries and longer than that to scare people, to control them. Still working today. Make them prideful and self-righteous even more. It's a masquerade of what actual proper fear of the Creator is. It's a masquerade. It's not the real fear. Oh, I think I'm finally done now.
Uh, huh. Different name for all of them. Yeah, each one is different. This is interesting because this is how corruption and lies work. It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Are other people receiving this? This is what people receive for making a video on YouTube? Is this the reward they get? Maybe some of them do. If it is, it's just from carnal hatred and carnality, people hating each other. But just speaking about the creator's things, I don't know why this is garbage here. All right, peace, take care, seek truth from above.